my protagonist, and welcome to another Doki Doki Donut. My name is Darkborne, your conquerable character, and you are my protagonist. And on today's Doki Doki Donut, we're going to be playing Session 0 for the very much awaited The Real Dragons of Waterdeep, where you're going to be joining us up an adventuring party of dragons between the ages of 16 and 25 through, and yes Blizz, all the hypes. And even more hype worthy is that in just a moment, we're the players, we're gonna get to interview the dungeon master, Anubis, who actually homebrewed all of this for us. So give me just a moment to put my headphones back on so I can hear what they're saying, and then to let them in on the conversation. So here we go. All right, welcome everybody from the cast.
Hello.
So one by one, well, I don't know what's going on. One by one, go ahead and so I'm going to introduce each and every one of you. So first, of course, you know, is Lord Anubis, who is the DM.
Hello.
Yes, our DM is the literal god of death.
Yep.
Then we have Zeige, who is playing our gold dragon. Then we have Wolfie, that's playing our emerald dragon. And of course, you all know Arden from the multi-streams and like my entire life of streaming currently, as the silver dragon.
Yeah, the actual silver dragon, not just a silver dragon that the kobold wrecking crew called.
Yeah, no, not the great silver dragon. No. A silver dragon, like he's a silver dragon, like an actual silver dragon. I will be playing a prismatic dragon, and so I'm gonna go ahead and let all the players think of a question they want to ask the DM regarding the creation of all this, and so we can do this one by one, and so we can get this little interview with Anubis going before we start game in about 15 minutes. So I'm going to start off. What was your inspiration for when you were creating the homebrew dragons? What were the key things that you took into mind, and like what inspired you to create this this playable dragon race?
Well, I was looking, like, you guys said that you guys wanted, like, thought it'd be cool to play an all dragon race, and I looked on D&D Beyond because there's a lot of amazing creators out there, and none of them really. Most of them were either way too friggin' broken to even think of using,
Yeah,
or they were just, I didn't like something about them, so I took bits and pieces from different ones and I put it together. I honestly don't remember which ones I took bits and pieces from, but I modified them enough that it's my own. I'm not publishing it just because a lot of it is other people's work, and I don't want to take away from them, even though they're not getting paid for it. I still just don't want to take away from them. And I just made it and thought it would be cool, and especially seeing them grow from level 1 all the way to level 20, since we're going into Mad Mage after Dragon Heist, so...
Surprise!
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a long ride, everyone. Also, just to let everyone know that oh goodness, my words this is a playtest of this build, so there might be adjustments going on throughout the campaign, so just be ready for that. And hey Leo, I know I typed it in chat, but hi Leo. So basically, again, we're playtesting this. Just to make sure. Let's see here. What did Wolfie say? Oh, is it really? Oh, there we go. Sorry. Thank you, Wolfie. I fixed it. Thank you. Sorry, everyone. You know, it wouldn't be Doki Doki Donut if I didn't forget to turn off subs only.
Womp womp.
I know.
Thanks for reminding me.
Did you forget to turn off subs only?
No, I'm perfectly fine. I just
good.
and my stream will start in like 4 minutes. So
Okay. All right. Who else got a question regarding content that was made?
let's see. No, I ain't got no questions because I don't know what to expect out of Waterdeep.
Well,
Are we gonna expect the normal weirdness of your campaigns?
that is a good question.
Well, I mean, you're starting as a dragon, so that's already weirdness.
You know,
I did for most of you. One of you actually, for most of you, I did make evolving magic items that you guys will get from the beginning. We'll get more into that when we get into the campaign.
Mhm.
To be part of your like individual little send-offs to Waterdeep, from your groups that you are part of. But yeah, I mean, I'm not planning on giving out a sword of wild magic surging.
Oh God, no! Thank
Otherwise,
goodness. Yeah, no more
or
Sword of
anything.
WTF? Yeah,
Also known as the Sword of WTF used by Arden in the Tomb of
Be
Annihilation.
glad that you all were not subjected to Tomb of Annihilation because that was just nonsense. I mean, I wish you all saw Tomb of Annihilation because it was fun.
the only thing I can say about that campaign is I'm surprised my character's alive.
I'm surprised your character's alive.
Your character is the only one from that original party that hasn't died in
That
one
did
way, shape, or
not,
form.
Yeah, and
I
I was
know.
wished in, and so was Arden.
And I was brought back.
You were wished back. Yeah, you were wished back.
Yo, wish back. He was teleported in
I
the
was
beginning.
teleported in. I was teleported in. Arden was teleported. I came in towards the middle of the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appeared middle of the campaign. And then, but yeah, no, Arden, I wished for Arden, a planeswalker named Arden, and I ended up with a planeswalker named Arden, but I didn't realize that I was getting the exact same one that started with this group back.
Yeah, because
my character was confused.
He died, but planes walked out before he died, but he got his head bit off by a
Things
dragon.
yeeted like a bandit. Came out so rich.
Yeah, oh
Got
yeah.
teleported back.
We
like
own
instant.
Chult. We own, folks. You don't understand how rich we are. We own Chult.
Parts of it.
No, we own Chult.
We're rich enough we could have literally bought Port Nanzaro.
Oh my
times
God!
over.
Thank you so much for the resub, Ziggy. Bark, bark, bark. Yes.
Okay, Ziggy, remember that because you're going to be saying something at the beginning of chat. You're going to be picking one of the 4 players for a little bonus thing. So keep in mind which one. You can listen to see what it is
What?
when I make the start of stream announcements.
Oh goodness.
I'm gonna
So
pop.
Ziggy's,
I'm gonna
Ziggy's
pop y'all
staying.
muted real quick while I do my
ahead.
intros.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna wait for Arden to do his intro.
Haters.
Yeah, I'm doing my intro real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is the first session of Waterdeep. Stay tuned for the shenanigans that are going on with 4 dragons coming into Waterdeep to raid a dragon vault. Even though they don't know that's what they're doing at the beginning, but
That's Anubis doing his intro.
um,
We're gonna leave that in stream because it's cool.
so stay tuned and
Yep.
see
and I'm
what
back.
shenanigans
Anubis is doing his
conspire in Real Dragons of Waterdeep. We started in 5 minutes.
Yee.
Yep, we're starting in 5 minutes, everyone. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So, Ziggy, I don't know if you heard Anubis before, but please stick around because thanks to your resub, you're going to get to pick something, apparently, for the game.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, yeah,
And
you get to pick and choose, Ziggy. So, please make sure you stay.
I'm bringing everyone over to looking over to the actual stream view.
All right.
And as you can see,
So,
Hello, everybody that just joined the chat.
Hey,
So,
Buzz.
so I'm gonna go ahead and take us into game. So then, when Anubis starts on his stream, the official game, we will already be there. So with everyone, without further ado, many claps in the chat, many claps, many hypes, because here we go. This is the real Dragons of Waterdeep. So we're gonna go one by one. For the first 5 minutes, everybody introduce yourself and your dragon's name for chat. So that way we can get that out of the way. So then when game starts, we can just go straight into it.
Okay, I was gonna have you guys do that after I did my starter stream.
Oh, okay. No, then we can wait.
That
We
works
can
for
wait.
me.
We can wait. I can wait. I
I mean, it's a session 0. That's part of doing that. So
yeah. Yeah, I just didn't want to take away from game time. That's all.
no, that's fine. I don't have anything particular. Like, I have a certain goals that'll take maybe an hour, hour and a half total, and then wherever we go from there, we go from there.
It's not letting me type in my own chat. That's
It's
weird.
not a big
Session
part of session
0.
0 was us finishing any touch-ups on our characters before we started playing.
Exactly. That's that, and also getting you to Waterdeep, and
And
stuff
character
like that.
background shenanigans.
So everybody
and
watching
character
my stream,
background shenanigans.
So everybody watching my stream, these are our tokens. I hope you like.
Woo!
Mute everybody because I'm hearing double.
I usually mute the
Okay, there we
stream
go.
so that way.
Yeah,
that way
just
it's
mute
not
the
echoing.
stream. Yeah,
it's
just
not
mute
letting
the
me
stream.
It's not letting me type in our own channel.
Really weird.
I'm not worried about it.
Oh, you probably have to agree to your own chat rules. That's probably
Yeah, you
what
probably
No,
do-
it's no. I'm getting it's chatting is disabled for channel/owner because the Twitch chat window is obscured by other elements. That means.
Oh, weird. It's
Weird.
probably too small. It's probably too small. You probably have to make it bigger. Or pop it
I'm
out.
only really
don't know.
keeping mine open.
I have that one open on the stream just so I can see. I think if anybody types, because I'm seeing Blizzard Dusk, it shows up in all of them. So
Yeah, no, he went to each one and did something.
ah,
Go.
I'm sorry if I get the pronunciations wrong.
Buzz, please.
Well, we're gonna pronounce everything for everybody.
Yep.
Okay.
2 minutes.
We have.
I need to erase my chat. Give me a second because it was showing stuff that it shouldn't.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Let's see here. Chat.
We have
Chat.
4 people watching us, Adam.
Clear chat.
I mean, Anubis.
There we go.
Cool. Yes, my real name.
You're watching us.
Yeah.
Hi, welcome.
Oh, thanks, Binary. Binary
Hi,
says
Binary.
hugs each and every Durg there and DM.
Hugs. Hugs are amazing.
Remember, the DM is an actual god, so, play nice.
What's up, Rocky number?
Okay. Remember, fix your thing so you can type, because when we start
It's not
actually
letting me.
streaming.
Oh, there it goes. Now it's letting me.
Okay, good. So start typing instead of saying out loud once we actually start in 30 seconds. So
There we go.
that
Also, everyone
That was
mute
better.
your phones. Put them to, so that way it doesn't ring.
Muting. Yes.
Yeah, I put
Putting
mine.
my phone on
Should we be
vibrate.
typing?
Yeah, I put mine on do not disturb.
I
I
saw
put
you
mine on
typing.
vibrate,
okay.
just in case I get
And-
something.
Also,
Yes, and-
muting my phone, I refuse, because
Emotional damage.
No. I mean everybody else that doesn't have your thing. Also, just for those that don't know, I do character voices. Then the voice that I'm using right now will not be the voice that I'm using for my character. It's gonna be a different voice. But right now,
Oh,
I'm
I'm
kind of
doing-
choking on my words and water.
I'm gonna have a different voice for my character too. So my
Okay.
character's definitely gonna have a different.
Everybody ready? Time to get into the,
No.
Yes, I am ready.
okay.
I was hatched
I am
ready.
ready.
Welcome to the Real Dragons of Waterdeep. This is Session 0. We are playing on Roll20 and using Discord for voice. The avatars for our campaign were commissioned by Arden and were made by Blizzard Dusk. The layout and ads were made by our own Darkborne. We are using maps made by Karu at Midgardia and Sirenscape maps as well. Assets by William Doyle and Gregerson, Brandon Waldman, various Roll20 modules, tabletop audio for the music and various other sounds, a song from String Storm, and finally, assets and maps by Aventier Games. Be sure to check them out on DM's Guild and YouTube, or their website for tabletop audio. If you're watching it on Two Wolves and a Jackal, you're watching my view, the DM. If you watch it from want to watch it from a player perspective, please tune in to Arden Whitefur or Darkborne Plus. I am your dungeon master for this game, and once again, welcome to the Real Dragons of Waterdeep. Now, to get into the campaign, I have one final thing to add. If you, watching the various channels during this stream, subscribe or donate at least 500 bits, you get to pick a, one of the players, and that player gets to roll on a table.
Ooh.
And they get a free item to go, or gold to go into their character.
Nice.
So, since we already had one subscription on Darkborne's channel, go ahead and pick a player. You could pick Darkborne or any of the other players. If you don't want to pick and you want me to, and you just want, I'll rotate through them starting in the order that they're listed on my thing.
So Ziggy, go ahead and pick one of the dragons.
And then I woke up at 8 when I normally get up at 6, realizes that fuck this, because I also had an excruciating headache and I still have an allergy attack going.
Zeige,
Yeah, I'm waiting for
Zeige.
Oh, mine. Okay, me. I got chosen.
Okay, Zeige, your audio is picking up your conversation.
Oh,
We can
that's
hear
not
your
my
partner.
Conversation. That's Cass.
Oh,
I'll keep myself muted unless I'm speaking then.
okay.
Sorry.
It's fine. Okay, so, Dark, since you're the first one, I'll explain this. If you go to the macro bar, you have a macro that is called,
Die roller?
no, not die roller. What did I name it? I am trying to find it now so I can tell you. It is called Sub-Bit Prize Table.
I don't have that. Do I need to
You don't?
do I need to refresh?
Oh, wait,
No,
all
that's
players.
not yeah.
Dave,
that's not
there
on
we
mine
go.
Either.
There you go. Now you have it. I forgot to share it with all
Where?
players.
Where is it? Do I need to refresh?
In the no, you should just click back on the chat, then click back on the macro table. It should be there. Sub-Bit Prize Table.
It is not appearing on my thing.
Okay, do you want me to just roll it for you this time,
Well, let me.
or
hold on.
refresh?
Do I need to? Yeah, let me just give me a second to refresh. My
Okay.
thing. Very easy, very quick. So refreshed and so clean.
And the items, while he's refreshing, I'll go over what they can get. Potions of healing, 20 gold, a low-level magic item, a high-level magic item, renowned with a faction, a gem worth 20 gold, medium-level magic item, roll twice, ignore if rolled a second time, advantage on a roll of your choice, benefit from a short rest, or benefit from a long rest. For this time, since we haven't actually started, if he gets benefit from a long or short rest, I'll let him hold on to it. Yeah, I'll let them hold on to it. Sorry.
So I'm still not seeing. Is it in the die roller or
no? It's in the little 3 dots and 3 lines. You should have a macro.
3 dots and 3. Where is the 3 dots and 3 lines thing?
Right next to the gear.
Yeah, right there. Okay. All right, I need to click on it. Oh, there it is. Put it in bar. There we go. I found it. Yay! All right, so sub-bit prize table. All right, let's go.
So click that and see what you get.
No table with that name.
I just was testing it. 1 second. Stupid. Yeah. This is what Session 0 is for.
Exactly
Boys
what
and girls.
Session 0 is for.
Session 0. We are doing Session 0.
We did mention this is Session 0, right, everyone?
Oh, I know why. Okay. Let me Stupid thing. It's one thing they changed. I have to give you permission to roll from the table.
Got it.
Oh, now try.
Benefit from a short rest. Ooh.
Okay, so at any point you can. Okay, how am I going to do this since we haven't actually started yet?
No, what I'll do, I'll put it on my sheet as in those little total things, like an item, like kind of how like how we did Wish. I'll just put stream short rest, and then I'll that way, and then I'll tick it off when I finally want to use it.
Yep. Okay. Yep. You
Oh.
can take a free short rest anytime you want instantly.
Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Okay. Un momento, por favor.
Stream short rest. There we go.
Okay.
So thank you, Ziggy. That's so sweet of you for giving me like a in pocket, an in-pocket gift. That's really cool.
Yeah. Normally the benefit of a short rest or long rest would be instantaneous. But since we're not actively doing anything yet, it would be kind of pointless.
Yeah.
So I'm just letting you hold. I'm just letting you hold that one.
Yeah.
But
Short rest charge.
Yeah. I got a short rest in a jar.
Yeah. Normally it would just be instantaneous in the future when it's rolled.
This is when I captured that butterfly.
Okay.
It became a short rest.
We're going to go over, first things first, we're going to go over the basic house rules and a few other things that we have. I did put a weather table that I will roll daily on. And the weather effects that each thing is available. I could go over it real quick. Most of them are just out of the book, but if it's cold,
oh no!
Between 0 and 32 degrees.
Oh no! Why?
It functions as cold chapter 5, except the saving throw is made with advantage. Extreme cold is whatever is below 0 degrees. Okay, well, follow, yeah, okay. Thank you for the follow. Hail, plummet from the sky, hailstones plummet from the sky, causing disadvantage on perception checks that rely on hearing. And if you're caught without shelter for 10 minutes or more, you must make a Constitution saving throw or suffer 1d3 bludgeoning damage. Heavy fog. A blanket of heavy fog makes it impossible to see across the street. The entire area is heavily obscured, and creatures suffer from the blindness condition when attempting to see anything beyond 5 feet of them. Heavy rain or snow, as per precipitation from Chapter 5. It has been snowing for an hour or more. Exterior locations in the city count as difficult terrain. Hot is between 85 and 100 degrees. Characters without shelter or water suffer effects as per extreme heat from Chapter 5, except their saving throws are made with advantage. Ice, as slippery ice from Chapter 5. Slippery ice is difficult terrain. When a creature moves onto slippery ice for the first time on a turn, it must make a DC 10 acrobatics check or fall prone. Light fog obscures the area, causing wisdom perception checks that rely on sight to maybe disadvantage. Lightning. Extreme weather has generated perfect condition for lightning strikes. Every 10 minutes that a creature spends in the open, it has a 2% cumulative chance of being caught in a lightning strike. A creature struck by lightning must make a DC 12 saving throw or suffer 48 lightning damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. Characters wearing metal armor or in high places such as roofs or treetops suffer disadvantage on the saving throw. Lighter rain or snow, a steady light precipitation covers the area, providing disadvantage on perception checks that rely on sight. Light rain has a 50% chance per hour of extinguishing an open flame. Strong wind, as per strong wind from Chapter 5, it poses disadvantage on ranged attack rolls and perception checks that rely on hearing. Strong wind also extinguishes open flames, disperses fogs, and makes flying by non-magical means nearly impossible. A flying creature in a strong wind must land at the end of its turn or fall. A strong wind in a desert can create a sandstorm that imposes disadvantage on wisdom checks that rely on sight. There's really no desert here, so that part won't apply, but howling winds gust through the street for windy. providing disadvantage on perception checks that rely on hearing. Open flames have a 50% chance of being extinguished for every 10 minutes they're exposed to the wind, and fog effects are automatically dispersed. And I will share that with all of y'all as a reference handout.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. I'll pop that out.
That's the weather effects for when they happen. And then I also have a little downtime options. There are more options that you can do if whenever you have downtime, because Dragon Heist does have a decent amount of downtime that it affords you. So these are just a few ideas to give you what you can do. If you want to do something, just ask and we can figure out how to do it.
Okay, cool.
I see number 2 is there. I'll happily be using that a lot.
Me too.
Okay. House rules. We used Character Mancer for character creation. Ask me. The only what it says ask the DM for, like the gravity spells, some of the time spells, because some of those are just But I mean, as long as we can figure out a reason why you would have it, I'll give it to you. Drinking a potion is a free action as long as it's easily accessible. What I mean by that is, like, if you have it on your like belt or sitting on the outside of a pack or attached to you somehow, you can, once per turn, you can drink a potion as a free action. If you have to go digging in a bag or something to get it, then it takes up part of your turn. It isn't a free action.
Now, question for you. Sorry, really quick before you do that. Can we canonically make it that all of our bags are technically tail bags?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, like the picture you
Yeah, like the picture I showed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, initiative tie. If there's a tie between 2 or more PCs or NPCs, the tiebreaker goes to the higher dex modifier, then the higher dex stat. If it is still tied, all tied parties roll a d20, and that determines who goes first. When you come across a creature, you can examine it as a free action. Skill checks depend on the creature type, and I'll tell you what check you need to make. I won't tell you the creature type unless you roll right, but aberration is arcana nature, beast is nature, celestial religion, construct arcana, dragon, history nature. Obviously you guys would know a bit about the dragons freely because you are dragons, but elemental arcana, fey is history nature, fiend religion, giant is history nature, humanoid history nature, monstrosity nature, ooze nature, plant nature, and undead is either religion or arcana.
Okay.
If you roll less than a 10, you know nothing.
Okay.
You know nothing,
Nothing,
Jon Snow.
You know nothing, Jon Snow. If you roll a 10 or more, you know a bit of background information and general strength versus the party.
Yeah.
If you roll a 15 or more, you know some of its unique traits or attacks. If you roll 20 or more, you know any resistances or weaknesses. None of us are druids, so I don't really need to go. None of you are druids, so I don't need to go over gaining beast shapes. If you decide to multi-class into that at some point, you can go over that.
I'm too dumb for that.
Attunement. We are
Too
using the
much.
variant attunement option. This means you can attune to as many items equal to your max proficiency bonus. So, your proficiency bonus at level 20, which I think is plus 5. So you can attune to 5 items at a time. For spell scroll requirements have been changed. Anybody could use a spell scroll as long as they're proficient in either Arcana, Nature, or Religion, depending on which class normally have access to the spell. However, if the spell is one you cannot normally cast, you must succeed on a skill check using the above skill. With the DC is a 10 plus the spell level. If you fail, The spell still succeeds and the scroll is consumed. However, you must then roll on the Wild Magic Surge table.
Oh, always fun. Always fun.
Oh, and for those of you that are new, that haven't heard of my Wild Magic Surge table, I have a Wild Magic Surge table that is 1,300 entries long. So there is quite a bit. It's not the normal D&D 5e 100 D100 thing. Mine's a lot larger and bigger.
This was used to great effect during the Tomb of Annihilation game.
It was fantastic. I absolutely loved it.
They basically became almost gods after the end of that game.
Resting in dangerous areas. This won't necessarily come up too much in Dragon Heist, but it will come up in not Tomb of Annihilation. Dungeon of the Mad Mage, which we are doing after this campaign. A dangerous area is generally any campsite outside of an inn or protected area. Up to 4 PCs or NPCs can be designated as guards during a long rest in a dangerous area. The DM will roll to see what a possible encounter could take place, and if so, which guard shift. A guard uses his or her passive perception to spot any incoming threats. Long rest and exhaustion. If a PC goes 24 hours without a long rest, they must succeed a DC 10 con saving throw or gain a level of exhaustion. It becomes harder to stave off exhaustion if you stay awake for multiple days. The DC increased by 5 for every 24-hour period without the long rest. Finishing a long rest reduces exhaustion level by 1. Lasting injuries. Beginning at level 2, a PC can sustain a lasting injury when their health drops to 0 or lower. PC must make a DC 15 con saving throw. Failure results in a lasting injury, which should be denoted on the character sheet until healed. If a PC hits their negative maximum, negative 17 if you have 17 HP, you don't automatically die. Instead, you gain 1 failed death save and must roll on a lasting injury with no con saving throw. To determine which lasting injury, you roll the macro. Which I have, and I can roll for you, or you guys can roll if you have access to it. If not, I can give you access if you want to roll on that. A PC can have more than 1 lasting injury, though some do not stack or have obvious limits. Only unlimited one are scars. All injuries can be healed via greater restoration or better healing spell or service. Healing spells can remove multiple lasting injuries at a time. If proficient in the medicine skill, you can attempt a DC 20 medicine check. Requires a healer's kit and expends 1 use regardless of success once per day to heal a PC's lasting injury. Medicine check can only work for 1 lasting injury at a time. These are rules applied to PCs. However, NPC foes can suffer massive damage. Massive damage applies only to NPCs and triggers whenever a single blow does equal to or greater than half their max HP. The target must make a DC 15 con saving throw. Failure results in system shock. And I'll roll on the massive injury macro to see what the effect is. To give you guys a little idea, here's I'll roll 3 times on the lasting injury table. The creature becomes mute. You cannot express speech. Internal injury. You get disadvantage on con saving throws and checks. Roll again if you're already suffering from this. Or you tear your Achilles tendon, and it lowers your feet by 10 feet, and you cannot dash. For massive damage, target can't take reactions until the end of its next turn. Blunt force of the injury causes the creature to lose 1d12 teeth. The creature's nose breaks, causing a bit of blood to drip into its mouth. There's also instant death in there, and knocked unconscious and stuff like that. Leveling. Upon reaching a new level, you roll your hit die to gain your new maximum hit points. If it's less than average +1, you can take average +1. So D10 is 6, D8 is 5, etc. You also then, of course, also add your COD modifier. Health, stealth, and hiding. Stealth during combat will always be contested by every opponent's passive perception. Advantage or disadvantage can be granted under certain circumstances, and the stealther must always break line of sight in a reasonable way. Reasonable is ultimately determined by the DM. Lockpicking. Picking a lock requires thieves' tools and proficiency in the kit. The skill check modifier, dex plus your proficiency bonus. You will not know the difficulty challenge for any given lock, but I can tell you if it looks easy, medium, or hard. Picking a lock takes approximately 10 minutes. They cannot be picked in combat unless you have the fast hands ability from the thief subclass. Rolling a natural 20 or succeeding the check by 5 or more lets you almost instantly pick the lock, taking only 1 minute instead of 10. Failing the check by 5 or more damages your toolkit, conferring disadvantage on future uses until the kit is repaired. A damaged kit can be repaired by any skilled artisan in cities and most towns for 10 gold pieces or via the mending spell. Failing the check by 10 or more jams the lock, preventing any further attempts, including with a key. Note that many doors and chests could be bashed open, but this generates lots of noise, and in case of containers, could damage whatever stored inside. Stealing. Stealing from an NPC is normally a sleight of hand check contested by their passive perception, though it may be impossible to steal obvious things, i.e. the shirt off their back. Success, you steal the item without detection. Failure by 5 or more, you fail to steal the item, but the attempt is undetected. Failure by 6 or more, fail to steal the item, and your attempt is detected by the person you're trying to steal it from. Spells with material components. This is basically just straight out of the player's handbook, but just basically the only time you really need to worry about it is if it has a cost. Like a 50 gold piece diamond for Chromatic Orb, or 500 gold piece diamond for Raise the Dead. And official ruling on Fog Cloud. Fog Cloud renders the affected area as heavily obscured. Anyone inside the Fog Cloud has total cover and cannot be targeted by those outside of the Fog Cloud. AoE spells and effects can still hit them, nor targeted by anyone inside the Fog Cloud who are more than 5 feet away from them. Targets within the Fog Cloud can be targeted if within 5 feet of an opponent, but attack rolls and skill checks that rely on sight have disadvantage. Flanking advantage does not apply in the Fog Cloud. Note that dark vision does not see through magical darkness such as Fog Cloud, but blind sense or tremor sense would, since they don't rely on sight. Moving through the Fog Cloud counts as difficult terrain. Official ruling on Minor Illusion. Minor Illusion can only create sounds or static images of objects no bigger than a 5-foot cube. Any physical interaction with the illusion reveals it as such, like an arrow going through it. Plunking down an illusion in front of a non-mindless creature will grant them advantage on their investigation check. The illusion still works for other creatures until it's physically interacted with. Identifying a spell. Counterspell rule. When an NPC casts a spell that a PC can see, the DM shall first explain that a spell is being cast and describe any material or unique somatic components or visualizations. The PC that wishes to use Counterspell must make an Arcana check as a free action. The PC has advantage on the check if the spell is in the same class list as the PC. If a spell is part of a monster's innate spellcasting trait, no advantage is conferred. If you roll a 10 or more, you learn the school. If you roll 15 or more, you learn the spell's level, base level. If you roll a 20 or more, you learn the exact spell name. If you roll a 25 or more, you learn the spell level being cast. Once the spell is cast through Rule 20, Counterspell cannot be used. I must provide time for you to make your appropriate check. If I don't, you can still get the roll because it's my fault and I screwed up. And as per Xanathar's, identifying a spell is an Arcana check, regardless if you use Wisdom or Charisma for spellcasting. Being able to cast spells by itself makes you adept at deducing exactly what or doesn't make by itself make you adept at deducing exactly what others are doing and why they cast their spells. Additional combat actions. Climbing onto larger creatures, you make a strength athletics check or dexterity acrobatics check versus their acrobatics. Climbing onto a larger creature this way grants advantage to a grappler or climber. The larger creature can attempt an athletics check versus the climber's skill check to shake them off. Disarm. You make a normal attack roll, but versus the foe's athletics or acrobatics check rather than their AC. Does no damage is successful, but the foe drops their weapon or item. Tumble. As an action or bonus action, make a acrobatics check versus the target's acrobatics. If successful, you could move through the target space and adjacent spaces without incurring an attack of opportunity. Flanking. Flanking is not an action. It occurs whenever two allies are adjacent to an opponent and on opposite sides. Both gain advantage on attack rolls as long as the situation remains in effect. This does not apply to NPCs, though some have built-in similar abilities. Grapple, it's just the rule directly from the player's handbook. I just have it in there for easy reference. I'm not going to go over that because it's just the normal grappling strength versus athletics or strength. Moving through allies. You may move through but not land on the same space an ally occupies at the cost of double movement for that space, shoving them aside without injuring them. Assuming a small medium ally, it would take 10 feet of movement to cross that ally's 5-foot square. Suffocation, again, that's just directly from the player's handbook, or the Dungeon Master's Guide. Basically, you can hold your breath equal to 1 plus your COD modifier. If you're under duress or have something happen to you, you're considered out of breath and choking. At that point, you can survive a number of rounds equal to your con modifier to a minimum of 1. At the start of your turn, after your rounds are up, you drop to 0 hit points and can't be stabilized or regain hit points until you can breathe again. Spellcasting services. Local Touter Priest can provide healing and information spells for a price up to 3 times per day. If you have the Acolyte background, you can usually get the first spell for free of 50 gold pieces or less once per day. They can cast Cure Wounds for 10 gold, Identify for 10 gold, Lesser Restoration for 40, Prayer Healing for 40, Remove Curse for 50, Speak with Dead for 90, Divination for 210, Greater Restoration for 450, and Raise Dead for 1,000 gold pieces. Upon encountering a new creature, location, or object, you could roll a skill to see if you could recall information from your studies or travels. The skill check varies. Wisdom could be used for a wilderness location or beast, while intelligence or arcana could be used for some ruins or magical creatures. Most items and objects would be investigation. Or for creatures succeeding on a DC 15, you give the character card and roll 20 with its pick and description, while rolling a 20 gives you that as well as some clues as to its abilities or vulnerabilities. The knowledge roll can be used during combat as a free action, though each PC can only ever attempt it once per target. Knowledge on creatures can be gained automatically if a PCs encounter enough of them. Just ask me if you've learned anything about them when you start to encounter them a lot. Morale. Under certain circumstances, creatures are surprised, leaders taken out, things are looking bad. I can make a wisdom saving throw for the NPC with the highest saving throw. Failure results in the creature or creatures fleeing. PCs, you still gain XP as if you had slain any that fled if you don't pursue, though you don't get any individual treasure that those fleeing monsters had. A player could volunteer to recap the last session's event instead of me doing it. This player will then be awarded inspiration, assuming they do an adequate job. At my discretion. Remember, you can't have more than one use of inspiration. The same player cannot do back-to-back recaps 2 weeks in a row. Stealth actions. Once you successfully grapple a creature, you can attempt to gag it and prevent it from making sounds. Use your bonus action to make an additional grapple check. If you succeed on this grapple, the creature is gagged, and while the grapple persists, a gagged creature cannot cast spells with verbal components, and its speech is muffled and cannot be understood. When the creature is no longer grappled, it is no longer gagged as well. Chokehold. Once you successfully grapple a creature at the neck or other vital spot, you can make an additional grapple check to attempt choking it unconscious or dead. Attempt the grapple check at disadvantage. If you succeed on this grapple, your hands move to the creature's vital point and start cutting the flow of air. On the creature's next turn, the choker makes an athletics check contested by the creature's athletics or acrobatics check. If the creature succeeds, the grapple is broken. If it fails, it is suffocating. Silent Takedown. Rogues or anyone suitably trained or equipped with a silent weapon can attempt to incapacitate an unaware creature through force or with tools such as a garrote. A creature must be surprised or incapable of taking actions and reactions to be subject to a silent takedown. You may attempt a weapon attack using your dexterity modifier or a chokehold with an athletics check. The DC check is equal to 10 plus the creature's hit die. If you succeed, the target is considered grappled, gagged, and suffocating, and suffers disadvantage on their first check to break the grapple if they were surprised. Drag. Once you successfully grapple a creature, you may spend your action to attempt a DC 10 strength check to drag a creature of your size at a rate of up to half your movement speed. The DC increases by 5 feet for creatures one size category and larger, and decreases by 5 feet for creatures one size category smaller. You cannot drag a creature more than 2 sizes larger than your own. If 2 or more creatures attempt to form a drag action, they can gain advantage, and only one attempt needs to succeed. If the creature is not paralyzed, unconscious, or restrained, and it can attempt a contested strength check on its turn to free from the grapple. Coup de grace. Conditions such as paralyzed, unconscious, or sleeping grant that automatic critical hits against humanoid creatures allow you to deal one final blow that kills the target. When you make an attack that qualifies as an automatic critical hit, roll a regular attack roll. If you hit the target's AC minus its dexterity modifier, the creature takes damage equal to its current HP and is dying. If you do not hit, the creature instead takes damage equal to half its current HP. Non-lethal damage. Non-lethal damage must be announced before the damage is rolled, not after. You may announce that all damage dealt to a specific creature is non-lethal and change your mind at any time. You may choose non-lethal damage only if you can concentrate while dealing damage. Weapon without the non-lethal property only deal 1 plus strength modifier in non-lethal damage. Critical hits cannot be announced as non-lethal damage and may lead to accidental kills. Ingenious Proficiency. Unless you're a spellcaster, intelligence can be one of the least useful scores in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. To remedy that, your cunning mind unlocks the potential to learn more skills and knowledge than others. When creating a character, you gain a number of points equal to your intelligence modifier, minimum of 0. Subtract 2 if your class is capable of casting spells based on your intelligence. These points can be spent on the table below. For 2 points, you can get another class or background skill proficiency. For 3 points, you can get expertise in a skill you're proficient in. For 1 point, you can get another language proficiency. For another 1 point, you can get a tool proficiency. For 2 points, you can get expertise in a tool that you already are proficient in. For a single proficiency point, you can get, or a single point, you can get another single weapon proficiency. And 2 points, you can subclass or multi-class into an intelligence class caster subclass. When you permanently increase your intelligence modifier, you may spend additional points as normal. Proficiencies learned by spending points cannot be lost once gained. So all of you, whatever your intelligence modifier is, have that many points with a minimum of 0. So I think Arden gets 1.
I have 1.
Yeah, and blah, blah. FeimYolSil,
two.
you get 2. You can spend on any of that stuff in that table, and we can add that to your character sheet as a bonus. So think
And
about what
I
you.
get 0.
Yeah, and both the other two get 0 because they have negatives to their intelligence.
Yes, my
When
character. Very stupid.
Basic rules for looting corpses found and killed. If a creature dies naturally, or its body was found hours or days after death, it's up to me what remains. Some items may have already been stolen, not remain on a creature after death, or have rotted beyond use. If you are fighting a creature and killed it in combat, you must make an appropriate check to claim the loot. I mean, obviously, you can obviously just take. I'm just talking about like a dragon removing its heart or taking leaves from a plant that are useful, stuff like that. Like swords and armor and magic items and all that stuff and gold you can just automatically take. And there's the checks that require for what um you could possibly gain from their body that has some type of use. And I will be using Anne Gregerson's Waterdeep monster loot dragon heist for what loot is available from them. It has a list. She has books for all of the major campaigns and ones for the monster manuals and stuff like that. Sure to check her out on DM's Guild. You'll see me referencing that quite often. In order to successfully claim the loot on the body, it would, depending on what the CR is. If the CR is less than 5, you have to make a 10 to get know of everything. A 5 to know about half of them. If it's 6 to 10, a 15 or 10. 11 to 15, 20 and 15. If it's above 16, it's a DC of 25 and 20. This represents your ability to gather items without harming them or hurting yourselves. It might be difficult to harvest a demon heart when their blood is like acid and you just stab the fell beast a dozen times. Beasts, dragons, and plants can also provide a certain amount of rations. If it's a tiny creature, you can get 1 ration. A small creature, 1d4 rations. A medium creature, 1d6. Large, 2d6. Huge, 4d6. Gargantuan, 10d6. Some items are...
So just really quick, DM, are you suggesting that our little dragons be cannibals?
No.
Okay.
No. It's just the way I had
No,
the thing.
I get it. Okay. Oh
It's
my-
just the way it was worded.
Yeah.
Not suggesting you guys be cannibals at all.
If Seal dies, I'm coming back as a Death Cleric Dragon and definitely going to be a cannibal.
Some items are not usable until they've been crafted to usable form. You could a PC or NPC can spend a number of hours equal to the creature's CR using the listed tools to create a new object. The crafter must be proficient in the tools. NPC may charge gold for their services. And finally, Fastball Special. As an action, you can throw one willing creature that is 1 size smaller than you. You throw the creature, the fastball, up to a distance in feet equal to twice your strength score. This movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. As a reaction, the fastball can make 1 melee attack against a creature within its reach during or after this movement. On a hit, the attack deals an extra 1d6 bludgeoning damage. At the end of this movement, the fastball must succeed on an acrobatics check, DC 10 plus the number of 5-foot increments thrown, or fall prone. If the saving throw fails by 5 or more, the fastball also takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage. And then something that's completely new that I've just added for this campaign, especially since we're streaming, rule of speed. If you take a turn in an expedited way you get +1 on your first non-movement action of the turn. Like this means like if you don't spend the time, well, I could do this, I could do that, or turning and having a full conversation with your fellow players on your turn. If you just, I'm gonna attack and do this and move this and just do it in an efficient way, then you get a +1 on your first non-movement action of your turn.
What?
Nothing big, but something to like kind of motivate us to move it along, so we don't have 3-hour combats against one combat encounter or something.
Oh, out of character now that I know about the fastball special, I definitely want a a warren of kobolds. Yes, a kobold of warrens.
Either of you guys have any questions about anything in the house rules?
I have one.
Okay.
Since I'm gonna be playing an artificer, does this mean my artificer class feature that lets me attune to more items will be giving me bonus on top of the attuned number of items?
Yes.
Okay.
If it gives you a bonus, if it says like you get your attunement bonus, your attunement goes up by whatever, it still goes up above the 5 that you have.
Okay.
So yes. Okay, and
I think
So,
that beats like 10 items by the end of
yeah.
everything, depending on your artificer class.
Mm-hmm.
If it's an
Okay,
armor,
so-
that's 14 items.
Okay, so go ahead and we'll start with Wolfie. Since he's in the PC folder, he's the first. We'll just go straight down the list. Go
Okay.
ahead and introduce yourself and your dragon, and give us a little bit of just a short background of your
I'm
character.
Wolfie. My character's name is Sourra Darastrix, which is in Draconic. It stands for baby dragon. His name is literally baby dragon. He was born. He doesn't really know where he was born. He's lived in the forest his entire life. He was raised by a pack of wolves. He is very easily entertained and loves all types of music because it reminds him of the song of birds. He does not like being contained at all, and he does not really like small spaces. So he desires freedom mostly over anything. He is so attuned with nature because of him living in the forest for so long that he tends to feel the pain of the forest in a sense. And him being a barbarian, which he tends to get angry a lot. Which he tends to root to more of his animalistic dragon tendencies when he goes to be when he rages. She, keep saying he. She is never been outside of the forest before. So she's lived in the forest her entire life. That's pretty much Sonax. Or Sunar.
FahdonLosLah.
Oh, you're talking about me?
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I am Fa. In the language of my people, FahdonLosLah. That means, how do you squishy people say? Oh yeah, friendship is magic is, I think, the translation for that. 'cause friends are magical. And I oh yeah. I learned sorcery. Apparently it's natural, but I don't know why other dragons are not prismatic. It must be a deficiency.
Not the deficiency.
It must be a deficiency because all dragons are supposed to be prismatic. It's supposed. That's just how things are. At least that's how my grand dragon said. So, so one day I followed this like tiny little flying thing, and it was like really neat, and so I kept following it, and I went so long following it, and one day I lost sight of it, and then I tripped and fell and found a singing not prismatic dragon. Something, and he just looked me straight in the eyes and said, "Tell me the songs of your people." I don't know what language that is. But now my best friend is a silver dragon, who's a not prismatic dragon, which I still don't understand the deficiency.
Trying not to die.
But my friend, my friend is really good at telling me what things are. So like, I once saw this big toothy human, and I was like, "So what's this big toothy human?" And that's when my friend, Sil said,
Oh,
so,
I think they were called orcs.
"They're corks." Oh, so we put them with wine bottles. Got it.
Oh no.
And oh yeah, I am 20 years old, and I can't fly yet, but I'm really good at flapping. And let's see here. I can do magic. I can make things sparkle. Shimmer, 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 shimmer songs. So that's a. But just remember, my name is Fa, and my pronouns are they, them. Why did you say that? I'll say that again. They, them, and why did you say that?
This campaign's gonna be so much fun.
Oh no.
And now for my best friend.
Am I next?
FeimYolSil, but we could go to Arden. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, sorry,
Since he
sorry.
introduced
No,
you.
no, we're going down the list.
I didn't mean
Okay.
to do that. Okay.
FeimYolSil, go ahead and introduce yourself and your character.
Oh, it's pronounced FeimYolSil, but
Okay, fine.
Sorry. You're the talking dog god, but anyway.
It's a doggo in the sky.
Sky Doggo.
I'm fine. Excuse me. I like tinkering around with the treasures in my family's hoard, and the more sparkly magical ones, I like figuring out how they work, and I've gotten a few of them to work, much to the distress of some of the other dragons. Because some of them explode or turn the gold into liquid, and yeah, apparently it's not a good thing when the gold's drinkable. But so I just find the treasures fascinating, and I like figuring out how they work. So I like trying to make my own treasures, and apparently that's, as I've learned, called artifice. So I guess I'm studying the path of artifice, and after 25 years of being in the nest, I'm deciding I need to go out and, explore the world and find other treasures to tinker with, because I don't want to impose upon them Grandpappy's hoard any more than I already have.
Okay.
Wait, I would call that a delicacy, Feim.
I forgot. I forgot to say though, my character is only 16.
Yeah, you're the baby.
Yes, my character is only 16 years old.
Funny coming from you. Uh,
Okay. LeinSiLovaas.
yes, I am LeinSiLovaas, Silver Dragon Bard Extraordinaire, here to learn the songs of all your peoples. I was raised in a nice big family of 20. I'm the youngest child, and they gave me a backpack. Well, tail pack. Wiggle, wiggle. Gave me my tail pack, and, well, I've been out traveling ever since. I have since then met up with Yol over there, Fahdon, and the wormling. And, well, the best thing I can say is, I can show you the world if I had gold. I will show you the rest of it when we get more money. So we're out adventuring. Let's just get on with this game. So try not to mess up all the words.
No DMCA. Oh, please, no DMCA for you and
No, me.
Okay. So you guys have, if you look, you have adventuring journals to record. You could use them as notes for your player, or you could use them as an actual adventuring journal for your character. It's up to you, however you want to use them. They're for your purposes. Since we're just finishing up characters and stuff now, before next session, I will have spell templates for any spells that have visual effects on the
Ooh.
screen, whether it's like color spray or fog cloud or any of that stuff, grease and all that. I'll have a little folder that says spell templates.
Oh, right. I can cook. I know how to cook.
Yol at least knows how to. I mean, Fahdon knows how to cook at least.
Fanos cook.
Yep. And you have a folder that you'll be getting, each be getting something in shortly. That's a magic item folder. All the magic items you find will be in the magic item folder, so you don't have to go searching through all the little things like we did last time, like in Tomb of Annihilation.
All the little things.
Oh, yay, compartments.
Yeah, compartments. And so these are, like they said, these are their tokens. And the token up here is the group token for like when they're on the map of Waterdeep or something. That's the token I'll be using for them, just so that it's not all cluttered and whatnot.
Dragon Token Dance Party.
Token dance party, token dance party, token.
Okay. So does before we get on with how you guys get to Waterdeep and whatnot, and a little bit of further into your backstories, does anybody have any questions about things making with their character or anything like that?
My character's not finished in the character creator. I was hoping to have more time before all this streaming stuff started to do that with you, but...
Okay.
But that's what Session Zero is for. Yay!
Yeah, that's what Session 0 is for. I mean, we could do that during Session 0 if you want. That's fine. That's what it's for.
I have questions.
I was hoping there'd be a little bit more of it, because I haven't even made a backstory yet. The little introduction I just made up on the fly.
Oh, I don't have
Okay,
any.
well, I mean,
Good on the fly introduction.
Everything
it was
on the fly. Everybody
good.
was on the fly.
Yep, it was good. Well, we could like finish up the stuff. The general background stuff you can work on between now and next stream. Like any detailed background stuff, the basic background you gave is good enough for now starting.
Makes sense.
And it's for great background, especially since you made it up on the fly.
Yes, that makes sense.
So first, let's go to Leon's character. So if you decide what you want to use your one proficiency point in, like you get that out of the way.
Right. LeinSiLovaas would like to use the extra to learn the language of the dwarves.
Okay.
After all, must learn how to sing Diggy Dee Hole in their native tongue.
Okay.
Dig, dig,
so-
dig, 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 dig,
Yeah,
dig.
and I have added.
You've
You
added
must
it? Okay.
learn to live.
I also
Cool.
have question after you help Sil. Oh, Skydoggo.
Okay. Done helping him. What's your question?
My health is a little bit meh. So I was just
Okay.
wondering.
Yes, we're getting to that. I was waiting. I was gonna get all the characters finished so we could roll.
Oh, sounds
that.
good. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Okay.
Fi is good with this.
So besides back, actually, I clicked on something on my phone. Besides
From my stream, this is
background,
what a character sheet looks like.
besides background, what questions or things did you have for?
I am confused. Sorry, that is my natural state. But hold on.
Oh god. So Zeige, what else?
Oh, I thought you were still referring to Dark, since Dark was who we were having a conversation with.
Yeah, sorry.
Your turn. Sorry. Tag, you're in.
Yep. So Zeige, what do you?
Well, I completed most of the character creation.
Mhm.
I guess the biggest thing was wanting it double checked before I hit the finish and submit.
Okay. Okay.
I used the dice rolling tool in the character creator to get my stats, if that's okay.
That's fine if that's what you used. I have a macro, but I mean, you seem to roll pretty well, so that's fine. The macro so you used
The roll 46 dropped the lowest option inside
Okay.
the character mancer.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You seem to
got-
roll well. You rolled pretty well.
I got lucky.
Yeah, I'll let you keep those. I have a macro in the thing, but all it does is re-roll ones, so it's basically the same thing. 46 dropped the lowest. But you rolled well, so I'll let you just keep those. That's fine. Let's see. I'm going over the rest of your stuff.
God, I'm looking at my stats. They're terrible.
Yeah, you do need to pick your feet, because if you didn't pick that already, because you do get a feat.
They're not feet,
Oh,
they're claws.
the character mancer didn't show me as having the availability to take a feat.
Yeah, exactly. The race doesn't allow it. You have to do it after the fact.
Oh, then I didn't do that.
We have to manually add the feats.
I didn't do that.
I am an actor.
I didn't do that. Then I didn't take a feat.
Since you also
thought you
mentioned that since we're dragons, most of the standard equipment in the PHP won't work for us. I also, for starting equipment, just did start with starting wealth to make that simple. So
well, I mean, what you get? You can take the. I mean, yeah, you could do starting wealth if you want. That's fine.
You could
'cause I
also
didn't see it
assume
right.
that everything in the PHP is dragon shaped.
A classic. You go classic.
There is no debating.
You can if you get a question there. Okay. The weapons won't work for you, so I just give you extra gold on top of it. Like the crossbow will work. Like yeah, the crossbow would work for you. The light crossbow and crossbow bolts. You could get one made for that. Like the melee weapons wouldn't work, so I just give you like gold equal to extra gold. But let's see. You can get the armor, whichever armor you want. So I mean, it's up to you. And also you get your tools and all that. But you don't need to worry about your tools because of something. So yeah, that's fine. Starting gold is fine, and you can pick anything you want.
Okay.
Just go DMG.
Do I get a feat?
Thing. Yes, everybody,
do.
all of you get a feat.
Oh, then I need to add one.
Yes. Remember, they're claws, not feet.
No, they're talking about special abilities.
How do I do
Oh, gifts.
Okay.
Another question I had was
like
referring.
how I can sing like birds.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, another question?
Was referring to artisan's tools. the starting build I'm going with is going to focus, at least initially, a lot on having lots of artisans tools. And I was wondering if there's any that you feel may not get a chance to be useful at all throughout the course of the campaign, or that you just don't really allow. Or if you think
I allow all of them, and all of them are as useful as you make them. I mean, if you want to focus on using particular ones, I can lead you in that direction with things like that, like loot that you might get or whatever. But yeah, I mean, all of them tend to be useful as long as you actually use them. It's up to you whether they're useful or not.
It's just part of.
I get that one.
I was also wondering if certain ones, in your opinion, had any crossover, like woodcarver and carpenter.
Woodcarver is more the tools to carve. Carpenter is more like the. I'm trying to think. I don't like. Okay, woodcarver is more like knives and tools to carve the wood into something. Carpenter tools are more like planes and hammers and stuff like that. So, more things to build something out of wood, as opposed to carving something out of wood. So, I mean, you could make do with, like, other things, but it like, all the tools are good in their own way. I mean, it all depends on what you want your character to be able to do and make.
I am Dragonborn.
I thought I'd ask because I've had some DMs like artisans tools. Why the heck would you want to have any of those? The only thing useful are thieves' tools.
Yeah, that's dumb. All of the tools are useful in some way, shape, or form, especially for an artificer. I mean, yeah, all of the tools are good as long as you use them. The only time the tools aren't good is if
I'm going to take this one.
The player doesn't use them.
I have a +1.
Okay.
You know, I found out that cooking tools aren't good for lockpicking.
Nope. I can't get that.
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
we tried.
Okay, your character looks good. All we need to do is add the feet, and you can pick your equipment, which you can do
I was casting on myself.
between now and next time.
Okay.
Let's see.
For those 2 bonus points I have, since I'm still in the character creator, should I use those bonus points under background?
Wait, let me see. I thought you get stuff for your. Let's see. What'd you get for your background? Let me see. Let me open.
I'm using Dragon Scholar, so it says I get 2 skills, 2 languages, and a tool use. And I was just wondering if, for the sake of having it populate in my character sheet, if it would be easiest just to add those 2 bonus points as under the background tab, since it's got the thing for add more proficiencies.
Yeah, you could do it that way.
Okay.
I mean, it's easy enough to add them, so it's easy enough to add them if you want. So it's not.
I added my feet.
Well, yeah, this is my first campaign using Roll20, so just
That's fine.
Yeah. So what'd you pick? What'd you pick, Sourra?
My character's telepathic.
Ooh. Does that mean you can read?
No.
You can read dimes?
But I want a rampage.
Yes.
And what'd you put? What'd you put the +1 in?
What'd
you put the +1 in?
The +1 is probably going to go to my charisma, which that becomes a 13.
Ooh, what does this rock say?
Oh, another question I have to ask is, I was unsure of one of the potential languages I wanted to take that my background gave me, or the option to take, and, the language primordial, that's mostly the language of the elementals, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the primordial is the main element, and then like all elementals understand primordial, and then there's the individual primordial, like languages under primordial, like Ingen, Terran, which only those particular elementals understand and speak. So basically, with primordial, you can speak to all elementals.
Okay. Give me a moment.
It's yelling.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. You're good.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and add those
So
things. What are you using the 2 points on? Have you decided?
I think I'm
Another-
gonna use them on more artisans tools.
Okay, that's fine. So you go ahead and finish the proficiencies for that, and I will start. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I had one more half a question. It's
Okay.
so
Fine.
I keep muting myself every time. Well, my partner, she's having a D&D game online as well right now, and every time she's speaking up, I'm muting myself because my microphone's picking her up.
Okay.
My other half question is there anything in this in the blah 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 mouth? Is there any situations where, again, this will probably have the same answer as the tools, but is there any situations where primordial might be useful in this game, or is it like a...
Yes, primordial will be mildly useful, possibly in Dragon Heist, but will definitely be useful when you get to Mad Mage.
Okay, because it's sometimes I've taken languages like Sylvan, and the campaigns have absolutely nothing to do with the Fae, and it's like, oh.
Yeah, I feel that too. Almost all languages at some point will have something to do with this campaign. I mean, this campaign is going from 1 to 20, and the Dungeon of the Mad Mage has lots of lores and languages and things all over the place. I mean, there might be some that don't come up as much as others, like Sylvan won't come up as much as other ones, because Sylvan's a language that isn't as common as, say, Dwarven or Elvish or Primordial or stuff like that. So, I mean, yes, there are ones that are less than useful, but they all have some type of use at some point, at least once in the dungeon once you get there. In Dragon Heist, I can't guarantee it, because Dragon Heist, most of them speak Elvish, Dwarvish, and Common. So, but once you go down into the Underdark and into the Dungeon of the Mad Mage, just about any language will be useful at some point or another.
Oh, I do have question. Do I need to add breath weapon to my list, because I don't have my prismatic breath on there? I mean, I have the description, but I don't have
Yeah, well, you can add that.
Okay.
You can add it, or I can add it. It's up to you.
If you can add it, that'd be great. That'd be great.
Yes.
Yes.
That way I don't mess up my own sheet.
Yes, I yours.
Okay.
So just to recap, audience, I am they, them. Sil is he, they.
Yeah.
Our gold dragon is she, her. And so is our emerald dragon, she, her.
Yes, that will be me.
And then the sky doggo is he, him.
Oh no, I'm surrounded by 2 females and a person.
I am not person, I am a dirk.
2 females and a dirk.
Let me see.
Sky Doggo doesn't count. Sky Doggo's in sky.
Okay, 1 second.
Very
People
awesome,
that-
Dirk.
I need to open the thing so I can
Oh,
get
yeah, go ahead.
the details. I'm telling the streams, the Dragon Race up there. Because I have to switch tabs. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Which damage is the breath weapon? I forget.
Hi,
here we go.
binary! From one dragon to another.
I believe the breath weapon's damage is 3d6.
Yeah.
That's what I have written down in my race section. And you also have a bite, a claw, and a tail attack you can use. With bite being 1d10, claw being 1d6, and tail being 1d8.
I don't have tail attack.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
shocked.
See.
Gasp!
Oh, wait, sorry. Gasps!
Does that
In
mean
Leonin.
Gasp, Leonin? When did you become a meow meow?
don't know. I speak Neon, or at least I can mimic it well enough.
Ah, okay.
Okay,
Did you
I'm
learn
gonna
it from other
try that.
people?
Well, I speak
Because-
canine. I speak wolf. I speak draconic and
sorry,
common.
Skydago, what were you trying to say?
Sorry.
I'm gonna try something because of the way yours works. I'm gonna try something and see if it works. It
Okay.
should, but let me see.
Yep.
Just because yours is weird because you have the multiple.
Yeah. From my understanding from other games that I've when I did sorry, I'm gonna go into regular regular person voice. So from other campaigns that I did, when I had what was his name, Small, when we did Small and his attack, when he had the little prismatic breath attack, what we did was it was a regular breath attack and then we rolled to see what type it was.
Yeah, I'm trying to do something real quick and see if it works.
Oh, try to see if it automatically rolls that also.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
trying
cool,
to see.
Back to being happy, Doug. So, everyone, if you don't know, Binary's Planeswalker. Psst, you didn't hear it from me. We're not supposed to know about Planeswalkers.
There's no such thing as planeswalkers.
You're walking on a plane, are you not?
No, we're walking in a forest.
Yeah, and it's a part of a plane of existence.
There's no such.
Is it? Is it?
I mean, the mortal plane of existence, sure, but
Yeah,
there's no.
so then you're planeswalking.
Are we? What's planeswalking?
You're walking on a plane right now, so you're planeswalking. You're moving along the plane.
Oh,
What's a plane?
A flat surface.
It's a flat surface, a plane.
What's a flat surface?
Ground. With no bumps.
Give me one sec, doing that because I just did the rolls.
World is flat, isn't it?
You're a dragon. You can fly. You know the world is round, even with how dumb you are.
I know. I'm just.
Okay.
Actually, well, my
Let me
character's
see
never
if
left
this
the
works.
forest.
Let's see if this
I'm gonna
works.
vicious mockery you if you say that again.
I'm only
I-
joking.
I will make a mithril muzzle so such falsehoods cannot be spread.
Ooh.
There you go.
Ooh, that's so cool.
Okay,
Neat.
so you click the. If you don't have it as an attack, you click the thing in your traits. You just click the little bubble, the peach bubble next to your traits, and it'll roll on both.
Let me test. Ooh, that's so cool.
There you go.
So the first number is the type.
Yep, and the second one is the damage, and
Got
then
it.
it says next to it which their save is.
Okay.
Okay.
That is so freaking cool.
Yep, and it is a. Let me put your save bonus in there. Let's see what's the.
Oh, sorry.
Your breath weapon.
I need to change
8
this.
plus your con plus your proficiency. 8 con proficiency. Okay. 8 plus your con plus your proficiency. So 8 your con, that's 11, 13. So I need to put that in there real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Easily control it.
Yeah, we need to also fix my my draconic resilience. I have no idea what we're gonna pick for the type.
DC 8 plus 2, 13.
I'm not blowing your cover. No one heard it from me. Plus, you don't have a hat. You have a machine.
What?
I'm talking to Binary. Binary's a fairy dragon.
Okay. There, I added your DC in there too.
Oh, cool.
So when you level, if you look at the way it's if you look at the way it's open it up and look
Ooh.
the way it is,
Uh-huh.
all you do is change the
Manually change the DC.
manually change the DC. Change first number in there to
Awesome.
whatever. Change the numbers to whatever.
Adjust the DC. Okay. Now for Dragon
Yeah.
Ancestor, what is the damage type? Just is that or my resilience? What did we decide that was?
You wrote cold.
Did I roll
in
cold?
there?
No. I didn't write cold.
Yeah,
That was because it was set as cold because of Silver Dragon, and we didn't adjust it at the time. So. I don't know what.
Oh, this is how we build a character on the
Ground 0, session 0.
Session 0, session 0.
All the rest of you could put it in. You can put like actual like claw attacks and all that stuff in the door or breath weapons in the normal attacks. I just made his special because it's it has to roll on a table to see what type of damage it does. So
Hey, not a he.
sorry, they.
Cries in prismatic tears.
Sorry. I'm getting them, sir.
It's okay. It's session 0.
Yep.
When in doubt, just stick with they. You'll never go wrong.
Yep. Okay.
Unless you're Fae, and then that. Oh no, run away.
We don't fuck with the Fae.
No, don't mess with Fae.
I will not seduce the Fae. I will not seduce the Fae, see Satyr. I want to seduce the Fae.
Right. So, okay.
What's the attack bonus on our breath weapons?
I think it's a save.
It's a save. It's not an attack bonus.
It's a DC save.
Okay.
It's a DC save. It's 8 plus your con plus your proficiency.
Yeah,
so
I
just pick save versus, or your save is con, and then it's versus whatever yours is. So
mine is psychic damage.
Yeah,
Okay,
I put yours.
I'm looking.
What type of dragon were you again?
Me?
Gold. So mine's
Yeah.
fire damage.
Yeah, so yours would be when you're setting it up, 15-foot cone, 3d6, con versus dex is what yours would be.
Okay, so I'm looking up prismatic dragons on the book of many searches, and I'm seeing here that resistance is from non-magical weapons. So do I put that?
Yes.
Okay. Bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical weapons.
Oh, So it's a reflex save, so there is no crit ability on this.
Yeah, there's no crit ability on a breath weapon.
So crit range 0.
Yeah, you just don't put any. Yeah, just it. Well, you just set it up and don't set it up as an attack. Set it up as when you're clicking. If you uncheck attack, you can just click the saving throw button, and then you do where it says. It'll say like the default is strength versus spell. Change it to dex versus con, and then you just put all the damages and stuff in there. And you just take it off attack, and it won't even give you the option for
Prismatic
a
damage.
crit bonus.
There you go.
Oop, there we go.
I don't think I did that, or did I do that right, or did I triple click?
Yeah. You click like you did it right. You said it.
We need one more test. One more. Boop.
Okay. And did you think about what feat you want?
I'm not super familiar with the feats from 5e. I'd have to look over them.
Okay. If you want, if you could roll a D100 to see if you could get one of the draconic gifts from one of your relatives or something that's sending you off. You have to roll. Yeah. What did I have you guys do when you rolled? Have you? I know I had you roll a D100, but what was the? Would I tell you high or low? Did you have to roll above a certain number? I don't remember.
Well,
I don't either because I chose a normal feat.
when I was picking my my feat and we were talking about dragons and stuff like that, you had me roll to see compatibility.
Okay. Yeah, so if you want to roll a D100, you could possibly get a one of the draconic ones. It's like a blessing from a dragon. They're some of the most powerful feats that are, but it's the only way you can get it. Basically just roll a D100 and I'll,
Right, thank you.
depending on what you roll, see if you get one.
Pass out.
If it ends up not, can I still take a normal feat?
Yeah, you can take a normal feat. Just you
Okay.
can't take dragon gifts.
All right, gonna roll a D100 then.
Okay.
I'm going to work on. I'm gonna work on getting my
63.
Dun, dun, dun.
To replica.
You rolled higher than me, so you could have one. The ones you could pick. Let's see. I'll tell you. You could pick. They could grant you a familiar. I'm scrolling. I have a lot of feats available, so I'm sitting here. Gift. Okay, you could only. Let's see. You are gold, so you would be the gift of. The only one you could get would be gift of metallic. I'll read you what they are in a second. I'm just opening them up.
Quick question. Do you need me real quick? Because I need to use the restroom real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I don't know how to add a claw or tail to my sheet. I cry.
I can add it real quick. Give me a minute.
I cry in prismatic tears.
Oh, it's a gem dragon. Okay, you could take a normal one, or you could take the. Let's see. We scroll up. Where's the other one? Come on, where is it?
Never heard the tale of the black hole of Succumber.
Okay, you could get the Draconic Healing. You learn Cure Wounds spell. You can cast it without expending a spell slot once per long rest. You can also use a spell slot to cast it. And until you grow up, you have a pair of protective wings that are spectral. They can save, that can shield you or others. Here, let me see.
So I'd have 4 wings?
No, they're just they're spectral. They appear when you need them. Here, I'll post it in the
Yeah,
chat.
I can fly-ish.
I think that's not just what I want.
I think one can fly as well.
That, or you could get granted a pseudo dragon that follows you around and basically a familiar.
So binary, basically.
Or you could take a regular feat.
Pseudo dragon isn't
So
that
protective
like...
wings. So Draconic Healing or Pseudo Dragon Familiar. Okay.
Draconic Healing and protective wings, or the Draconic Familiar.
Okay.
or just regular
Um,
feet.
You said I had time to think on this, right?
Yes, you can
Thank
think
you.
about it, and as long as you have it before next session, we're fine.
I hope I don't take 7 days to figure this out.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
can figure out during the week with you if you need help.
Yeah, exactly. We can discuss it
Yes.
during the week if you need
We
help.
can.
Okay. So since we started from the top introducing, we're going to start from the bottom, getting y'all to Waterdeep. Even though two of you are kind of two of you are together, or three of you together right now. I know at least two of you are.
Yeah.
I know Lead and Fa are together. Is Sourra or with you guys, or no? He said something about you've met him or something in one of your.
Well, I met Sil tumbling down the hill. I don't know if we've met Sourra yet.
You guys have Esméralda. So we'll start with Lean and Fa. Lead, before you left your tribe or your clan, sorry, before you left your clan, the elders of your clan said, "We want you to go out and experience the world. However, we want you to be safe. We don't have many dragon bards. We wanted to give you something from the horde, but we weren't sure what to give you. We finally found something." And he hands you a necklace that looks like this.
Ooh, that is
what?
a little weird.
My exact thoughts, like, mouth necklace.
Did that come off of a real person?
Maybe?
Okay.
I'm not sure
And
if the
he
dragons
says-
of the heart.
And he says this requires attunement. It gets after you attune to it, it gets, as you grow, it will gain more abilities and more powers.
I will cherish it always, the old ones.
And he says, when you think you're plagued by the talentless Darkan sisters, not all of us who think we're actual celebrities are actually celebrities. You just might be stuck talking to one of them, wearing the loquacious, even when she's tossing back another overpriced Chateau de Wajtek. The mouth just keeps on talking. This pendant has the mystical ability to reach into the wearer's mind and speak for them. The lips will move and speak clearly in a language the wearer knows, allowing them to make all intimidation and persuasion checks with advantage, even if unable to personally speak. The mouth may also be used to cast spells or sing using the wearer's performance role, even if they are not normally an orator.
I could do it myself! Well, I could already, but still. Ooh. I'm attuning to that.
Yep,
I will cherish it always.
Yeah, and it has additional abilities you don't know about when you reach 3rd, 6th, 10th, and 20th level.
Ooh.
That is cool. Okay, that not gonna lie, that is actually pretty cool. Creepy, but very cool.
Yeah, it's a kind of. I was having a hard time finding something for Arden's character, and this is the only thing that.
You don't have to. We're sorry for that. I have the other DM in my Wednesday games has the same problem with my druid. I tend to build characters who their strengths come from themselves.
Okay. And then we'll pause and we'll hop over to Fa, since he's with you. As you were leaving your tribe, or your clan, I mean, the
clutch? Yes.
Yes, as you're leaving your clutch, the elders said, we don't know what to we were looking for something to give you, and we couldn't figure out what. So they said, we think this will be really useful to you. And they hand you a bag. This bag it's a leather bag, has it's red markings holding it together, and it has, on the flap, it has a bird with some tribal markings. He said, the elder says, this used to be mine when I was an adventurer. It will hold, it was made, it's a saddlebag that was made by the six-armed griffin on the astral plane. He was believed by some to be a demigod of pocket dimensions and craftsman everywhere. The griffin is a patron of creators and artificers across the multiverse. He creates magical items in his great forge using materials collected from various planes of existences to add his collection. No one knows exactly how to contact the griffin. It has a knack for knowing what items are needed by whom. It has superior holding. The bag is 1 foot wide. It always weighs 3 pounds, regardless of what you put inside. It functions as a bag of holding, but can only be pierced by another artifact. And it has the same rules of placing a bag of holding, handy haversack, or portable hole in it. It has a modified one, sorry. If you place any of those in, it destroys the item you place in. However, the saddlebag remains unharmed.
So,
any item you store within is magically moved to the space within the saddlebag instead. If doing so overloads the bag, random contents from either space are scattered into the astral plane. Randomly, the saddlebag beak will open up and reveal a letter. The magical script can be read by all creatures with an intelligence of 4 or higher. The note is a delivery request, or similar, that includes the name of an item, as well as a specific or vague description of a person or place. At the bottom of the letter is a price listed in coins or other form of payment, as well as a date or time, depending on its urgency. If the saddlebag is brought to the described person or place within the allotted time, it dispenses the magical item into the hand of the appropriate recipient. If the payment isn't received by the bag within 1 hour of dispensing the magic item, the item vanishes and is lost. After receiving payment for an item in this way, the bag beak reopens to dispense a reward for the courier. You can sell magic items by putting them in the bag and thinking you want to sell it, and you'll get half of the cost of the base price. The bag has 8 charges, and it regains 1d6 plus 2 daily at dawn. While you're wearing it, you can spend 1 or more charges to cast Detect Magic, Identify, or Legend Lore. And as you progress with the bag, you make deliveries for it. It unlocks other spells like Blink, Divination, Fly.
I did not get that. It went.
Sure.
Ooh, it's a pretty bag.
It even looks like
and the bag does have a sentence.
It's so pretty.
It is pretty.
Yeah.
It's
It's a lot of stuff you could read about it. It's a lot of stuff. The additional spells are stuff that it can unlock as you make deliveries for it.
Griffin's saddlebag. Okay.
Yep, so that's what was given to you. And
not that I heard any of this because I was too busy looking at the flapping thing.
And then, of course, literally 5 minutes later, sees butterfly. Oh!
Mm-hmm. And the bag can speak telepathically to you.
I have a friend on the road?
Mm-hmm. That's why they gave it to you. So you have a friend. You always have a friend with you.
seeds to play You've Got a Friend in Me.
Literally.
Yep. And the your the elders told you that you should seek out Waterdeep. That there's a old dragon they lost track of that was hired by the former leader of Waterdeep to guard something, and they haven't heard from him in a long time. They want you to check to make sure he's okay.
Oh, they want me to check on someone?
Lane, the elders told him that.
Oh.
It's
Okay.
a gold dragon, they think.
I
An
will
old,
find the
gold dragon, I believe. So, what do you guys do? You guys heading towards Waterdeep, or something else, or anything you want to do before you?
Oh, I'm definitely heading straight to Waterdeep. Where else to get adventure than the place where adventures begin? Mortal Towns.
Yep. Okay, we'll pause there, and I'm gonna hop up to Sourra. The wolves tell you it. I mean, you've known you're not a wolf the entire time. I mean, you're obviously something different. You might think like a wolf and act like a wolf, but you know you're something. You know you're a dragon. They say to you, you must go out and meet and live, see what the world is like other than with our pack. You're muted, Esméralda.
Wolfie.
Wolfie.
What? Have I not served you guys well?
No, you have. You need to try to find more of your kind. And what it is to be a dragon as well. We can't teach you that.
Yes.
You need to have adventure outside of the pack.
So Aurora
You're getting
understands. So Aurora understands.
Okay, and we have gift for you. We found it.
You found gift
We
for
don't
me?
know. Yes, we don't know what. We don't know what it was for. It's really pretty. We figured you could stick it on your horn.
Okay.
I think it's supposed to go on a staff, but you can stick on your horn.
Okay.
It'll work for that.
Okay.
And we hand you this piece.
Ooh.
I look at it.
Mhm.
Shiny.
Okay.
Plop.
Once per at dawn, you can choose any cantrip from the druid spell list, and you can add it, and you can cast that spell at will using your wisdom. Wisdom is a spell ability modifier.
Ooh. Did you? Okay, I gotta add that item to my list.
Mm-hmm. And go ahead and look at the druid cantrips, and you can pick one.
Okay, I will.
And every dawn, you can change it if you want to another druid's cantrip. Okay. And you're walking. You decide to leave. They point you in the general direction of Waterdeep because you're in the forest, not terribly far from Waterdeep.
Yes. But I've never left the forest.
Yep. And they escort you to the outskirts of the forest, and you see the path And as you're watching it for a little bit, you see carts going by and occasionally a person walking by. I mean, you've seen people before. I mean, they've been in the forest before. Some of them being hunters, some of them not. And as you, Leon and Fa, as you guys are walking, like you're getting probably about 15, 20 miles from Waterdeep. You're passing a forest. Go ahead and give me perception checks.
Perception.
Me?
I
get perception.
And
I get perception check. Okay.
Oh no. Oh, not a bad roll.
Is this an advantage or normal?
no, normal.
Why did it roll that way?
Because it does it automatically. You gotta switch the toggle off.
Oh.
I have it set to normal.
Where is that?
Gear, top right.
I did. I click it.
Okay. So you click the gear, and then right under that you'll see roll queries. Switch it to advantage toggle.
Roll.
'Cause it should be always roll advantage at the moment, so you switch it down.
Roll queries. Spellcasting.
that.
Done. Roll queries. Give me just a moment. I'm trying to find it. Nya. Oh, roll queries. Top one under the.
Yep.
Actually under there. Okay. Always.
Just change it to a toggle.
It was an adventure toggle.
Okay, then at the top you click normal.
I did. It was normal.
Weird.
Just the spirits want to give me advantage.
Oh, whatever. You got 12. You got 14. Roll a. Are you trying to hide or?
No.
Okay.
No, wait. No, I'm being absolutely freak. I'm ecstatic. One is happy. One must find new friends and new people to make adventure even better. Make Pack proud.
Okay. You both see another dragon, like a shiny green dragon, an emerald dragon, sitting just inside the woods, kind of looking at you.
What's it with me and running into the rare ones today?
Wait, what did we see?
He takes like paws on top of Fahdon's head, turns it over, and has him look at the other emerald dragon.
Hi, non-prismatic deficiency person. You know you got a stick stuck on your head, right?
It's magical.
Okay, so you have a magical stick stuck to your head.
Yes, I know.
Are you okay?
Yes, Tribe gave it to me. Tribe make it better, and his stream shut down.
I think she's confused.
She is very confused, just like you.
Out of character for a second. Anubis, his computer just shut down on him.
Oh no!
Oh no!
He just said it into the live chat, so he'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, it's not a stream if something doesn't go wrong.
I mean, this is normal for the gods to just,
Unexpected
poof.
intermission.
I'm seeing where this is going too. It's gonna be great.
I'm thinking for my character. He speaks in the third person.
She speaks.
She speaks in the third person. I keep doing that.
What's the point of Fa making cards?
Keep doing.
Fa cries in character creation.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Fa. I'm still getting used to that myself, so it's.
No, it's okay because after playing the character you played, it is a big shift.
It is. And
Just disappear enigmatically.
Oh wow! No, yep, he disappeared. Just like the gods, to just leave us high and dry.
Randomly shut down on me. I'm restarting.
I told them.
You're good.
I told the stream. We all know.
I already hydrated, but thank you.
I'm just sitting. You know what? I can take some. Blizzard. Why? Fine.
Yeah. So,
But I'm thinking.
So binary, I don't see that you subbed. If you can
Hydrate.
like on Discord copy and paste to me that it showed you that you subbed, so that way we can make the fun thing happen with the DM. Because yeah, you would be the next person to because I can't see it.
You will get to pick one of us, and the DM will roll from a table.
If it gave you the option to show that you resubbed, I think you're supposed to do that in order for it to show resubs.
Yeah, Twitch does that sometimes where it doesn't work right.
Okay, so give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Yeah.
I'm going to look up the things.
Well, since we're not in appropriate stream moment, hi stream.
Hi streams.
Saying hi to everyone since I'm trying to be more in character
Hello, streams.
rather than a primary streamer.
We're streaming? What?
Yes,
So
we're
Aurora
streaming.
says hello.
I'm being silly. I know we're streaming. You guys told me.
Yes.
So Aurora says Sourra says hello.
Sourra. I love how you picked like base D&D Draconic for your name, and the rest of us went with Thumbs from Skyrim.
Oh yeah, for those of you wondering,
I
three
didn't
of
know
us
we were
went
doing
Thum.
If I knew that, I would have picked
We
one.
said we were the first two to make ours, and then we
I
said,
didn't get the memo. I'm sorry.
"Well, this is why you're baby.
This is
Yes,
why
I'm
you're
baby dragon.
You're baby Dirk. You speak different.
I mean, they're
makes
just
sense.
different dialects of Draconic. We could always translate their name into the dialect we're using.
Well, I mean, this is the thing
Well,
that
yeah,
I
that's
think.
correct.
I mean, but this is what I think. I think this is the wolves' understanding
Version.
of Draconic. Yes.
Yes.
When they named
yes,
you.
that is it.
That is just funny. The idea of it being like, oh, what is your name? It's Sourra. Excuse?
It's a rare.
My name is
It's
Sourra Darastrix.
Oh
Darastrix.
goodness. Oh goodness. Yes, binary. Yay, official.
Woohoo!
So when Anubis gets back, thank you for activating that.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yes, really. So when Anubis gets back, you get to pick one of the dragons for them to roll. Oh, bless the laptop for keeping the message open. Yay. Thank you, laptop demons. I mean, deities.
Bless.
So, you know what? Why don't you go ahead and we'll wait to roll, but you can pre-pick one of the 4 dragons.
Yes. You pick one of us.
So which dragon do you want the blessing to go to? It could be any of them. It doesn't have to be me.
There is no word in Thum for baby.
Child? Infant? Egg?
Kirdova.
Hirdo.
Yoga dragon.
So yeah, binary, just let us know who you decide to give
I'll change.
the chat blessing to.
Well, my name's still gonna be good.
No, keep your name the way it is. Different
Yeah.
dialect.
Oh! The
Different dialect.
hatchling! It's gonna be the emerald dragon that gets the blessing.
Yay! I get to blessing.
You get to do
So what I-
blessing. Yeah.
Sourra thanks you.
Oh no,
Alright,
that wrong.
thank you.
Dragon King. No, you don't get to pick. Dragon King. Sorry, wrong. Binary didn't answer.
Oh.
It was someone else. No.
Oh,
Dragon
binary
King. Okay,
didn't.
Dragon King. Let me explain. So for us, you have to pick. You have to either subscribe or spend 500 biddies on someone's channel. On one of the 3 streams. For you to pick a dragon to get a blessing, and when Doggo God Sky Doggo comes back, then we
do a special roll and find out what the blessing is.
Yay! Thank you. Blessings upon you.
I think the young emerald needs a blessing from one hatch. Yep. Okay. So it is gonna be
Hey,
Sourra.
it's gonna be me.
All right. I will be back because doggos.
Sourra, thanks you.
I'm just gonna open up and try and write lyrics to songs.
Sourra, thanks you. I don't have one of them dark blizzard. Sorry. I don't have one of them set up right now.
Oh wait, I thought I had something written down for this one already. It was just a big old work in progress.
I don't have a Steam bot set up for that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. World building. Oh no, it wasn't in there. Different one. Where are we?
Just log in on yours and do it on there because it's fucking my computer's being weird.
Oh no!
You can sit next to me, I guess. What?
Nothing.
I need to finish it. My computer crashed.
Oof. Oof.
Well, for me, but okay.
Welcome to Replica. Here
Oh,
we
fine,
go.
never mind.
No, I'm not. But I did not mean to fall. Just pulling away. That happens like more than you believe. Oh, did nobody hear anybody?
They can all hear you.
Sorry. Sorry, everybody. Technical difficulties and my desk trying to kill me.
Welcome to Replica. Here we got no crime. You will be good as you read and follow all the signs. The simple instructions are not hard to do. Just lay back and we will take care of you. Oh, welcome to Replica. Here there's fun and games. We are here for you, so don't ask any of our names. Don't ask any.
Okay.
Save changes.
I am having to take over on my brother's computer because my computer decided to go kaput temporarily.
Oof. Oofity oof oof. It's okay. Fahdon is currently taking out the peppers. I didn't know they even had blink dogs with them. It's a good thing this is session 0.
Hi.
Yep.
Also, fine. It'd be funny if you picked the familiar or the pseudo dragon familiar because it's just a tiny version of you.
More dragons per square dragon.
More dragons per square dragon.
That's exactly what this campaign needs.
Oh, we're 2 dragons squared already. Why not make it more?
What do you have
Oh.
Streamlabs on? Gosh.
The only other person I would ask would be Leon.
Why the hell isn't it opening up? Great.
And 1 second, everybody. We're just getting set up on the other computer.
Yeah, double blurb.
It should be on my one hard drive.
Kelly, you want to hear the alternate change so I can change the world?
If it won't get us in trouble on the stream.
Yeah. I mean, the words are completely different and it's only 4 lines, so they shouldn't tackle it. I can show you the world from perspective of dragon, flying, flapping, and drinking from a big old flagon. A whole new world. Oh no.
That is
Remember,
nice and goofy.
I have to
this is a
reinstall
beginner
Restore
bard
Me.
that has no has no songwriting
This
experience.
for- I'm trying to stream Elden Ring.
Sorry, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hi, sorry. I'll also get you boost.
We may have wanted to go to break during this crash.
Yeah,
Just saying.
we should have.
Oh well.
Your computer won't turn back on. Your computer's not turning back on.
You want to give it a 10-minute break?
Yeah, let's do a 10-minute break.
Okay, everyone. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go on 10-minute break. And we will see you at 8:07, at least Eastern. So 10 minutes from now.
I'm not even necessarily trying to sell this stuff for it to be used in a bad way.
Which means I'm muting my desktop and going into chatting. Yeah.
I will fill out the route poison.
How's everyone doing? Just popping in here, waiting for things to get back into functional. I should bring us up some soothing tunes while we wait. And I didn't know Windows 11 allowed for 2 desktops. Interesting.
Windows 11 allows for multiple desktops. There theoretically isn't a hard number they put.
Alchemist preferably. I will
Okay,
feel
so
like
let's
it's
put
possible
on a
Alchemist
little
for
bit
positive to end,
of
but if that's not doable,
lo-fi in the background. Hey, Binary, welcome for the hugs. We're just waiting till the DM's computer gets all squared away and Fahdon comes back from their doggo walk.
Got my computer working. So don't worry about that.
I've muted the desktop audio. Oh shoot, that should probably be why you guys can't hear the music.
I got my computer working. It's fine. My video card just overheated.
You know what? I'm gonna. Instead,
then she has guidance.
I can't do anything with that. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we're gonna be stuck here in the background noise, but there you go.
Sorry about that, everybody.
That happens.
Things happen.
I mean, it's not a stream without something breaking.
Even the big name streamers have to put up with stuff going awry every now and then. So
Oh shoot! I should probably switch this over because I don't know if
it's just I got a new hard drive and everything's been wonky since I got it.
yeah. It's what we have to deal with. And I get to sit here in Dragon Head form today.
There we go.
Because, my chair won't fit this huge body, so chair has to take a break.
All you do is log out of Roll20 and log back in. Because I logged in on mine.
It has it all saved. You don't need to worry about remembering passwords or any of that crap.
Sure, because I don't remember my password from Gold 20.
Yeah. Big old beats. I mean, you can curl up between my wings. Nothing wrong with that.
Okay. I got my computer working again.
Oh, okay. Sounds like the DM's getting back in functional. Let me turn off my beats and take us back to game.
Okay, let me.
You beats done.
Let me close that.
Game mode active. Yeah. E.
All right.
Yeah, my computer. Sorry about. Wait, am I live again? Okay, yes, I'm live. Sorry about that, guys, but gals, and anything else that you identify as. My computer decided to die on me. I've had having problems with my video card since I replaced it. So I apologize for that. We're back up and running. Just loading into Roll20 now, as you guys can see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hopefully Fahdon has
I have
returned.
returned.
Up
Yes.
there they are.
You missed my computer dying on me.
No, I was here. I was here for that.
Okay.
I turned up beats and let chat listen to it for a bit. Although I don't think any of your chats
Nope.
could hear it.
Nope, none of my chats. But, Skydoggo, exciting news! A blessing has arrived from a fairy dragon to the emerald dragon. So the emerald dragon needs to roll from the sub-bit prize table. Cause I got a resub.
Nice.
Yay.
So the emerald dragon gets to roll. So you there, Wolfie?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so go in the macros and roll the sub.
Rolling it. I get a gem worth 20 gold pieces.
You get a gem worth 20 gold pieces. You can add that to your. It is a roll a d8.
Skydoggo, I have a thought.
You're married
We should have a note that says personal hoard.
Mm-hmm.
We are dragons after all.
Yeah.
This is true.
I'll make one of those up for next session. I'll give you a little personal hoard.
Just put it right under our journals.
Yep. So you get a diamond worth 20 gold pieces.
Wow, your wolf parents really liked you.
They knew you needed money, and apparently the
it just appears right in front of you on the ground.
No, but that's still my reaction.
I know.
I said what I said.
A pseudo dragon must have gifted it to you.
I look at the gem, and I look back towards the forest, and Sourra says, "Sourra thanks you, Mother Nature, Mother Gaia," and then puts it in her tail bag.
That's interesting.
Okay, so you three, you go, you guys are about 10 or so miles out of Waterdeep and heading towards Waterdeep. Meanwhile, over in the Last Dragon's clan, as you're getting
over that way,
as you're getting ready to leave, your elders come up to you and say, "We have a gift for you. It's been in our family. It's been in our clan for generations. We never really had many artificers. The last artificer to be in our clan is one of our ancient ancestors, Verifor. He was almost a dragon god. He was the greatest artificer and wizard that the world has ever seen. Though he stuck mostly to the clans, so those that are not dragons have very rarely heard of him. And he says this is his spell book, but As soon as you attune to it, it's locked until you attune to it. And as soon as you attune to it, it wipes clean, and it fills with all the spells that you know. It's indestructible by any means known. If it's taken away from you and it's not on your person for more than an hour, it will teleport to your possession. But it also has a special ability. There's a compartment that's hidden in the front of the book, and you could draw from the book cover as a free action any tool that you are proficient in, or any instrument you're proficient in.
Ooh.
And rumor has it that it grows and evolves as you get stronger. No one knows its true power because Verifor has been God for so long. It's even said to grant you additional spells as you get stronger. And he hands you this book.
I accept it into my talons with sparkly little eyes.
And like Arden's and Wolfie's, your book gains additional features at 3rd, 6th, 10th, 14th, and 20th level. And it also has another special feature that takes a particular something to activate.
Question.
Yes?
The cantrip, would it count as a ritual?
No.
It could be a ritual cantrip, but you don't cast it as a ritual.
Ooh, book is pretty.
Okay.
You cast any spell, any cantrip on the druid spell list you
Okay,
get.
then I found mine.
Okay, just drag it to your sheet.
I really do like that book.
That book.
So pretty.
I didn't know I could do
Yeah. I don't know. I found this picture online somewhere, and I don't know where I found it. It was
All
just
I
a
know
random
is-
image.
All I know is now that I can say this on stream is, yes, artificer spellbook. The one thing I want on it, bullets.
Because you can cast gun as an artificer.
I
But
mean,
so they hand you that, and he says, "Now, you should head. You should head towards Waterdeep. I hear there's a few dragons that are headed there, as well as a few that live there. That should be a good place for your first adventure."
Oh, come on. These are definitely worth more than that.
It works. Okay.
If you said 150, 200 for the crowd.
I accept the book. Thank you, honored elder. I stow it in my little tail pouch. And I guess after gathering some things and saying goodbye to other members of my family, I proceed to travel towards Waterdeep with the little map in hand.
Yep. They hand you a little
in talent, but
in talent, and you're coming from the other direction that the others are, and you guys meet up on the high road about 5 miles outside of Waterdeep. You see 3 other dragons, kind of just about your size. Some a little bit smaller, one about the same size as you, and they're just walking down. They're walking down the path to in heading the direction up towards the high road that you need to take to get to Waterdeep.
Man, I can't wait till our wings grow in.
Mines are in.
So-
I can fly-ish.
Only ish. We're only gliding.
It's
Wow.
flying with
I've never
style.
been outside the forest before. This place is amazing.
It's falling with style.
This is the banter they're having while you see them.
Yeah, that's the banter they're having as you walk up, you're
And-
walking up towards them.
And
Do I-
Sora's just basically just ignoring them and looking around everywhere because he's never been outside the forest before.
She's never been outside the forest?
Feim
Nope.
is astounded to see other dragons. She was under the impression that it was quite the uncommon occurrence to run into another one outside of their lairs.
You're not just seeing other dragons. 2 of them are rare.
Yeah, I see an emerald and a prismatic and a silver. So there's where you guys are, where your little Amperan token is.
Oh, right here.
Yep. There's where that's the crossroads you guys are meeting at.
Mm.
You guys were coming from this direction, and
can I roll
she's coming from up here.
Since I seem to rubberneck a lot, can I roll perception?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could all, yeah.
13, is that enough for me to notice?
Yes, you all notice. You notice that, you notice her as she's walking up the path, and she kind of notices you as you guys are walking down the path, because it's kind of an open field area, and you just got past the trees, so just opened up into a field, and you can see Waterdeep, and you can see the gates of Waterdeep in the distance.
Oh, hello, other prismatic deficient dragon.
Excuse me, what did you just say?
Prismatic deficient. They're prismatic deficient.
Come on, Muzzle.
I'll have you know that prismatism in dragons is an extraordinarily rare trait, and if anything, is the odd one out.
All removed from Muzzle. I say removes paw from Muzzle.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Then I will just refuse. Yeah. That is also in character, by the way.
So, Soren walks over to her and says, "Soren likes to meet. Finally gets to meet you. Hi." Accidentally speaking in wolf. So you sounds.
She was raised by wolves.
But, huh?
Literally.
Literally, she was
How?
raised by wolves.
Who?
By the great. I speak in Drake. I speak in
Lane
normal.
is just giving you the
And
look of, this is what I've been dealing with for the past 10 miles.
Sourra does love to finally meet you, though. Meeting new people outside of the forest, first time out. It's amazing.
Yeah, I didn't expect so many prismatic deficient dragons out in the world.
There are far more non-prismatic dragons than there are prismatic dragons. Thank you very much.
Oh, so that makes you rare. Nice. So you are now treasure.
No. You're the rare ones.
You're just as amazing as Seal over here. Seal likes to know the songs of people. Do you have any songs of your people?
I already know the songs of dragons.
I have songs of the
but,
wolves.
But that one dragon
And you will be teaching me those as soon as you get the chance.
In fact, I do know songs of dragons. Many songs of dragons. Just don't ask me to perform them.
You can give them to me.
Okay.
I'll perform them.
I'm gonna attempt to just start my character. No, Dora's gonna attempt to perform one of the wolf songs.
Oh, the songs of her people?
Oh no.
Got a 14.
You're not bad.
Goes,
I mean, they don't understand you, but it sounds kind of cool.
But in actuality, I'm saying, "I believe I can fly."
It sounds very throaty.
This listens for a minute. Mimics it perfectly.
This is not what I expected when I left my home.
Yeah, and the one dragon that's doing like that is talking rather eloquently. As you look, you see a necklace that looks like lips, like human or elf lips, hanging around his neck.
Yeah, and you see the stick on my that's
Oh wait,
stuck
since
on
I'm
my
singing
board.
this, can I use the necklace to make this an advantage?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I guess I'll take the prompt and I'll roll Arcana to see if I can identify.
Ooh, 23.
I harmonize.
Yep, you harmonize perfectly with yourself.
Well, rolling
You
Arcana.
you recognize it as some type of magical artifact. You can guess that it can sing with his voice. I mean, you don't know any of the other abilities of it, but you know that it's a very rare, like, magical item from a horde.
Before we finish the conversation, just
Probably.
because this might actually connect a lot of dots.
Is there some prophecy where the stars aligned that just several dragon nests sent out their young on a quest destined to meet up?
I wasn't sent out. I followed a little floaty flying thing.
Okay, yeah.
Butterfly.
Well, my
Feim doubts the coincidence of just 4 dragons meeting randomly on the road, some of which
Yeah.
laden with magical artifacts.
the Soren's family sent me out. They said that they found this, and sent me to go find adventure and adventure outside the lands and to protect the forest.
Yeah, and you see on his little
The
horn, he's
forest
wearing
hearts.
a weird, like, wolf head with wings and something.
I'll see
That,
if I know
like-
that one too. Arcana? I don't think I know that one.
No, it looks really weird. It's not, like, you can tell it's magical, but its magic is way outside of your wheelhouse.
Oh,
Like, it radiates nature type magic.
hey, Sil.
I could roll nature instead.
Sorry. Sil.
What's up? What?
I just noticed.
Okay,
When did I get a bird bag?
It must have been a gift from your parents, at least, I think. It is magical.
I remember talking to the old guys before I went exploring.
That's where you got it from, probably. Yeah, that or you picked it up off another dead adventurer.
No, I didn't
examine
pick up
the bag
anything.
while they're talking.
Okay?
17 for the Arcana check.
It's a bag. You've heard of these You've heard of this bag, or at least vaguely. It's a saddle bag made by the 6-armed griffin that's on the astral plane. He's known for making the most amazing magical items. You've heard that he had a bag that acted as a bag of holding, but also let someone cast spells from it, and gave you tasks to deliver his magical items to people in need of them. And this is that bag. You've heard of its existence in the readings you've done, but you've never thought you'd see one.
My elders give me an artifact. The silver dragon is holding an artifact. The prismatic dragon's holding the artifact. And I'm assuming that's some kind of wolf artifact.
Yes, Mother Gaia always helps in my times of need.
And that's me rounding down a bit.
Some internal conversations are happening within FeimYolSil about whether or not she believes in destiny, or was this all orchestrated by something? Way too much coincidence.
Is this spoken out loud?
As you
This is more of a note for the GM.
as you think that, very
Okay,
softly,
wait.
very softly, you hear the beginnings of a song
Do I
in your
hear?
head.
Do I hear what she's thinking?
No, you have to
I'm looking-
actively do that. You have to
looking-
actively do detect thoughts.
Oh, okay.
You hear the beginnings of a song in your head.
Oh shoot! I don't have my
know
PC
this
audio
one.
on. Hold on. I didn't have the PC audio on. Please, hold on. I forgot that we do music through this.
Okay, I'll replay it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, he's using that music.
I don't have. How do you
Breaking
turn that?
character. Oh no.
Wait,
You hear a little bit of this music.
No, I meant, if you were to make it your
This is the one that I got permission from the owner to use in email form. Uh-huh.
I love this song.
What is?
Yep.
What? Do we all hear this?
Nope. Just
Just the gold dragon?
actually no, just the gold dragon starts to hear it, and then it slowly gets a little bit louder, and all of you hear it in your head, and then it just cuts off.
What is that?
I can't hear it.
Hey, Sil, what was that?
By the way, chat, I'm gonna put this one link in here
I don't hear it. By the
just
way.
for you to listen to
cut
in
it
the
off.
future.
No, I didn't hear it when it was on.
You must have had the sound muted in the
35.
Roll20 or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did.
I faintly heard it.
Well, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I had it
faintly-
turned down low because it was really faint. Like it wasn't supposed to be loud.
I could barely make. All I heard was beady ba-dee-dee ba-dee-dee ba-dee-dee.
Yep, that's pretty much the way the beginning of it. It gets louder as it goes on, but
No,
it kinda
that's me
cut off
regaling to
beforehand.
the others. That's just me talking to the others. I heard this go beady ba-dee-dee ba-dee-dee ba-dee.
I don't know the instrument, but it sounds familiar to me.
Is it the song of your people?
No.
I danced to the music.
You heard me singing the song of my people as I was walking out.
I
Yeah,
danced
I
to
thought
ran
maybe,
into me.
maybe you had a second song of your people.
I
I
can many
did,
songs of my
I
people.
just-
Out to the proper amount.
I just start dancing to it.
Oh, and I'm actually going to call it that.
and it cuts off. Like as soon as you start dancing is when it cuts off.
No,
What is it?
I get all sad.
None of you recognize the song.
Hmm.
Well, actually, Arden, you could make a intelligence roll to see if you recognize. Since you like are really into music, you can see if you
History?
recognize it. History, yeah,
E.
I also have
History.
history.
yeah. But the only reason why I'm letting him do
Okay.
it is because he's into music.
Because he is the musically inclined one of the group.
Yeah,
Understood.
exactly.
part.
You
Bardic privilege.
you vaguely heard of the song, like you've heard it somewhere before, but you have no idea where.
That's what I said. I think I know this song. I just don't know the instrument or the name or.
I'm gonna call it beady ba dee.
You all almost hear and feel like you hear like a sigh and someone like face palming.
My old armor.
We all
Thinking
feel that.
How about we keep going? We gotta go find that dragon in Waterdeep.
There's a dragon in Waterdeep?
Yeah, and, one of her. He points to the gold dragon. Points
she's
to
right here.
Feim. Her, but bigger.
You can make
dragons?
yourself bigger?
His memory service was actually
We all get bigger.
Don't
You
you know what
do?
growing up is?
He just leans in. I fear
No.
he's very sheltered, and the other one is just dumb.
What?
I was never let out of the nest.
I've never left the forest.
But at the same time, remember,
See?
Okay,
I was
And
I was clutch schooled.
and you guys just like keep like slowly walking down the path.
probably is hot.
What are we running into other sentients while we're walking on this path?
Neverwinter, but if it's found in his store,
You've seen a few, and they've kind of just gave you really weird looks and like sped up.
Hello, squishy people.
And as you're getting closer, you're seeing more and more people. And as he yells out, as they yell out, "Hey, hey, squishy people!" they kind of look at you and give you these wide-eyed looks and kind of like stand off the side of the road as you pass.
I just wave and smile.
oh, I wonder why.
I look at him like, are those people?
Yes.
They're called
Yes, those are
squishies.
people.
They're called squishies.
They are not of our kind.
They're
They are
mostly
not
human.
dove.
You
But
mean wolves?
No, they're human.
What human?
You know
see
what
that?
humans are.
I
a
know,
human is a human is a kind of mortal. They live much shorter than us.
That sucks for them.
And don't try to eat them. They take offense to that.
Why would I eat them?
Because they're made of meat.
Ooh. I am hungry.
I try to give advice, and I unintentionally cause problems. Ah.
You see one human just start sprinting. Full speed. Like a marathon runner speed.
I would
a
not eat
question
human, though. Human probably
question
tastes nasty.
I've been speaking in Draconic this entire time. Are they understanding Draconic?
No. The one did. That's why he sprinted away.
Oh.
The one spoke Draconic and he heard your conversation, just started sprinting away.
Oh,
I'm speaking
I just
common.
wanted to be his friend.
And common for dragon is draconic.
You guys do know, like, common, though, so... But, yeah.
We know that people speak, but they're not people speak.
Exactly. Common is people speak to you. So, common to you is Draconic, but people speak is what people normally call common.
It's fine. I know how to speak people speak. Don't run! We're kind and not going to eat you. Oh, for fuck's sake.
And as you get up to, like, right about here, you can see there's a line formed to get in, about a mile long. And, like, the people kind of, like, motion you, like, they're, like, astonished that there's 3 dragons walking down... 4 dragons, sorry. 4 dragons walking down the high road. And they're kind of, like, motioning for you to, like, pass them, like, they're in shock.
Oh. I mean...
Such a fanfare for us. This is interesting. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Sourra. I'm Soren. I'm Sourra. Nice to meet you. I'm literally going up to every single person. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
You're saying you said common or Draconic?
Common.
Okay. They're like, hi? One little girl grabs your hand and starts shaking it.
Like, hi! Yes, you're so cute.
And she goes, and you say that she gives you a leg, she hugs your leg, your front leg.
I got
and
a
the
new
mom's
friend.
like trying to pull her away, like, no, leave the dragons alone.
Oh, she's so cute. I go to the mom like, she's so cute and precious.
Thanks.
She'll grow up to be a real nice, strong warrior.
I get to do this too. Fahdon follows Sora's lead and proceeds to say hi to every human they pass by.
Of course, because...
I'm just thinking that this is tradition. I mean, this is normal because everybody's making a path for us, and I'm supposed to meet new people and make myself known, so that's what I'm
Hello,
doing.
squishy small things. We are not here to do harm.
Looks at Sia looks at Feim.
Slightly mortified look on her face. Well, what if one can call the look of a skilly face mortified, and just going, do I want to keep traveling with them?
I'm standing right here. Should we
leans over and slowly whispers to you, would it be bad if it would be irresponsible if we left them to their own devices, wouldn't it?
They would more than likely not get killed, yes.
Sil is my best friend. Sil always says good advice. Sil taught me many things, like this here is Dingle Hopper. The squishy things brush their hair with it. Holds up a fork.
Holds up a fork.
Yep.
That is not... That's not for brushing their hair with. The mortal races don't have talons at which to skewer their food. It's called it's a hand talon.
But they have teeth. Why don't they just use that?
Yeah, they got teeth.
Because their teeth aren't strong enough to crush through hard shells and bones.
That's
I've
what
seen one of those once before too, and one of my birdie friends told me that it was a dingo hopper as well.
Note, birds are liars. Never trust them.
And a little boy goes up. You have a dingle hopper? Do you have a thingamajig?
Yeah.
This?
I'm
And
a
ho-
thingamabobs. About 20.
You know, just 20 Little Mermaids.
If my if I
But who
could
cares?
have
No big deal. Let us
audible heads-
through.
We need to follow customs. If we're gonna be around the mortal races, we gotta do as mortal races do. And he walks back to the back of the line and just sits there.
Okay, sits with, of course, because dragon see, dragon do. I do same.
I guess I do the same.
I just sits. I sit next to Sil.
So do I.
Am I the oldest out of all of us?
No, that would be,
survived
that would be
25
fine.
summers.
That would be fine.
Oh no. Oh no.
So you sit in the line for a while. It slowly moves up.
Oh wait. That makes you the oldest one. I'm only about 20 summers old.
I'm only 20 summers old. Twinsies!
You have about an hour total waiting in line until you get to the gate. Is there anything you guys wanted to do while you're waiting in line?
I start talking to my bag.
Okay. Your bag says to you in your mind, because it doesn't. It's talked in front of in front of LeinSiLovaas before, but it hasn't, like, you know that, but once or twice, but it starts talking to you in your head, and it says, "Ooh, you're going to Waterdeep. I should have lots of missions for you at some point."
You mean we can make monies?
I could give you monies as a reward, possibly, if that's what you like, or gems, or other things, or I can let you be able to cast other spells out of me.
Will we finally be able to build our own horde?
Sure, I could help you build your horde.
Yay! Sil! Bag says we can build horde!
That's great. But I'm
Yeah,
busy asking this fine person in front of us about the song of their people.
While I'm sitting there, I'm trying to detect people's thoughts around me, within 60 feet of me, to see what people are thinking right now.
You're gonna use detect thoughts on random people?
No, I'm just like...
I believe that's what the little emerald dragon just said.
Yes, that's what I said.
The one that's only 16 summers old.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
That means everybody within 60 feet of me.
Well, not everybody. You have to pick somebody. I don't think you...
Who's ever the first person I see.
No, you can speak. You can speak to telepathically to any creature within 60 feet, and you can cast detect thoughts.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast detect thoughts.
Let me see. How often?
It doesn't really say how.
I'm looking. I'm opening the feat. 1 second.
I didn't drag the feet there anyway. I just copied and pasted it.
Go 60 feet. They can't respond to you. You can just speak to them. You can cast detect thoughts once per long rest.
Oh, okay. Then no, I wouldn't do that. Never mind.
Summer is full of rage.
Back scratcher.
And wisdom is your
What is the song of your people? Tell me. What is the song of your people? Tell me. What is the song of your people? Tell me.
I can't find that in the thing.
Yeah, so
What
you
is
could
the
just
song of your people? Tell me. What is the song of the people? Tell me.
Tell me,
What
what
is
is
the
the
song
song
of
of your
the
people?
people?
Tell me,
Tell me.
what
Tell
is
me
it
so I
now?
can sing it.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
Oh no.
It's like a musical just broke out. Tell me, what's the song of your people? Tell me,
There you go.
what's the song
I
of
mean,
your
I
people?
could literally do that if I wrote performance well enough.
Like almost a High School Musical, but dragon version.
Yeah, I'm gonna delete this.
Let's make sure is there anything else I can do.
wait, what?
So, Sil,
Telepathic thing
guess
that I
what-
did, and then
guess
I
what-
just copied and
guess what Bag
pasted the
said?
thing over.
I heard.
No, more, just more. Bag said that we might have missions. Bag missions.
Adventurers get missions.
I just copied
Yes,
it over.
but these come from Bag.
No, they don't. They come from guilds.
No, Bag gives missions too.
Egg is weird.
Bag is so awesome. Cause then we get reward if we get it in time.
Oh, I forgot. There's two things I forgot to mention. LeinSiL, your clan told you to meet. It's in Waterdeep. There is a bard there in the yachting portal.
Bard and yawning portal.
That mention that tell him that your ancestors have helped the Harpers before.
Ooh.
Put that in RP. Put that in the RP chat so that way you can remember.
Adding to my adventure journal.
And Fame, they told you to seek out the. They don't know who it is, but seek out the current leader of the Grey Hands at Blackstaff Tower.
We already have some stuff, but I want to make it like more livable.
Oh.
Understood.
Does Fa have special mission too?
No, you wandered off before they
No,
could.
Bag.
What about me?
Bag hasn't given you one yet. No.
Okay.
Okay, I need to use the restroom. Sorry.
The little dragon's room. Got it. It's right over there, over the hill.
I can remember like, but yes,
No.
out of character, I need to use it.
Just hop. Okay, that way over the hill, then come back.
Yeah, it's somewhere in these woods right here.
That's a bit far away.
Yeah, that's a couple miles away. It's about a mile away, mile
She's
and a half away.
fast. She's sleek.
I think. Let's see, how far is it?
See if there's
Yeah,
a-
1,500 feet. That's not too far away.
Not
It's
too
about
far.
a quarter mile.
She can make it back in time. We whole place in line.
So you guys eventually. I'll wait till he gets back, but
No, I'm bugging literally anyone about the song of their people.
give me 3 persuasion checks.
It's, if I'm can I help action?
No, he's
No, don't worry
Nah.
about it. Why is persuasion not trained? Oh well.
Ooh. Oh.
Oh.
That one was a guard.
the one-
the song of your people. Guard.
the first one is this little girl, and she goes, and she says, "Okay," and she goes, Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb. Her fleece was white as snow. And she finishes singing throughout the entire song. I can't sing in a little girl voice. I am not singing the rest of it and torturing the streams. But the second one is a large. Looks like he's a merchant. He's bringing a cart in, and he's this big, heavy-set guy. and he has a big, long black beard. And as you ask him, he goes, and he starts singing in Elvish, this deep baritone song, similar in just changing the words slightly, but to reflect the world, but basically singing "O Sole Mio."
He sings an operetta. Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, solo
No, sorry, an aria. He
mio.
sings an aria, a baritone aria.
Yeah.
I don't know Elvish, but I can mimic it perfectly.
Who's singing?
This big fat guy with a black beard.
And
It looks suspiciously like a former, recently, a few years ago, deceased Italian opera singer.
Oh,
Can I attempt?
no,
Can I attempt to
Pavarotti.
join into the singing as well?
Those fairies would really enjoy
And then the third person you ask is this this old man, and he goes, "Song of my people, music sucks. Leave me alone."
So hurt. Yeah.
dramatically it's basically
And then he looks at you and realizes you're a dragon, and kind of like, sorry, I'll just go over here. And he like walks out
he
of
said
line
this
and like
without
walks
looking
away.
at him.
While he's walking away, you just hear this from Blade. I have been slain.
Fa reaches out their claws as Sil does the dramatic back pose of just claw over forehead, like, oh, poor me. It's okay, Sil. We'll find more songs of their people.
Definitely will. But so bad. Someone saying music bad. Ah.
Music is amazing, like that bee-da-da song that we heard earlier.
So you guys continue down the path, slowly moving, and you finally get up to the gate. And the guard, there's like 5 guards at the gate. They give you a wide-eyed look as you're walking up to the gate, and they're like, yes.
Hello, non-dragon people.
What brings you to Waterdeep?
We're adventurers.
We've come to take adventures and kick butt and take names. Oh, and learn songs of your people.
And also learn the songs of your people.
We seek entrance to your city.
You're not here to cause trouble, are you?
I'm not.
Not intentionally.
No. What? What's trouble? What trouble are you talking about?
Meaning that we do something bad.
No bad. All good.
Be good. We be good, yes.
Okay. Anywhere in particular you are heading? We can give you directions.
Did my wolves tell me to go anywhere specific?
No.
Just make friends.
I'm here to make friends. Right in my horizon.
Hey, Sil, didn't you need to go to Yawning Portal?
Yeah, Yawning Portal for me. Looking over at where are you thinking you gotta go?
Fine.
I have this tower I need to go to. I think it was Blackstaff. Am I remembering that right?
Yep, Blackstaff Tower. Where is Blackstaff Tower? I was gonna mark it for you. Okay, I lose track of it.
It's huge.
I love how that road is called the Way of the Dragon.
Oh
yeah,
no.
Yeah, this map is ginormous, so I'm just looking for the one. I know there it is. I know where the general thing is.
Yep.
I just was looking for it. Okay. He says, the guard says, normally I charge 1 copper per we charge 1 copper for a map, but I give you map for free. We haven't had dragons come to be adventurers in quite a long time. We will be watching you, but there's no flying allowed in the city. Only the griffin riders are allowed to fly over our city.
Can my griffin
But
bag
what if-
fly?
I don't think the griffin bag can fly. It doesn't have wings.
And he hands you a map, and on the map, he says, I've taken the liberty of marking the Yawning Portal and Blackstaff Tower for you. And he points out on the map up here, where the Yawning Portal is. I'll shift-click here.
I need to... Hold on.
Yeah.
Where did we go?
Roll out.
Oh, there
Scroll
it is.
in.
There we go. Yawning Portal. Right there. Okay.
And he mentions Blackstaff Tower over here. He marks it on the map.
Up,
okay.
north, left, right.
North,
Okay.
north, left.
Oh, there you go.
Follow the coast.
There we go. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
he says-
near the market.
Yeah, he says, the Yawning Portal should be able to accommodate you. I mean, you're not very large dragons.
Hey, I am exactly the size I need to be.
I never said it was anything bad. I mean, I'm just saying you're not, like,
So,
huge
are they
creatures.
speciesist?
Give it a century. We'll be massive.
Yes. Yes, you will. I'm glad that you came in your younger state. I don't know if the streets could, if you could fit walking down the streets. No offense meant. Just the streets are made for creatures of medium size, which you are now.
you saying I'm fat?
No, I said no offense meant. I was just saying I don't think
Yeah, but that's what
in a few
people mean
centuries you could
offense.
fit down the. I don't think you could fit down the streets in a few decades.
How about this? We'll look over the indignity of you calling us fat if you let us in without an entry fee.
We don't charge entry fees to get into Waterdeep, and I gave you the map for free. Go ahead, go in.
Oh, all right. Let's
Wait,
go.
this,
Okay.
Wait. You, they lie. Look, Sil. There's a road called the Way of the Dragon.
That brings up a good point. Guards, why is there a road called Way of the Dragon if dragons can't walk through here?
I never said dragons can't walk through here. I just said
No
usually when
flying.
no flying. Okay, so where did you guys want to head? I mean, you're in. Let me. It's
What
only
if we
t-
take
map
the
that-
Way of the Dragon all the way to Soothsayer's Way?
I mean, we could go hit up the Blackstaff first since it's far away, and then
Yeah.
go to the Yawning Portal so that we can find a place to sleep for the night.
That sounds good. I like plan.
Okay.
What about you?
Okay.
What about you?
Fine.
What about
Sourra?
y'all?
This is my first time in a human city, so
Wait, this is a human city?
mostly humans though. Lots of different kinds of mortals. Mostly humans though. Humans made it.
Good to know. Uh-oh. No joking, little one. I mean, twinsy.
Okay.
Twinsies!
So you guys wanted to walk up towards Blackstaff Tower then?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Why not?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
I'm following them.
But we're
So-
taking the sights while we're at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're taking the Way of the Dragon to the high road, and then
Of course, we're
Turn.
taking the Way of the Dragon.
Walk like
And
a
then
dragon.
continue down Waterdeep Way.
Walk like a
Don't
dragon.
be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't
Don't
be
be
suspicious.
Okay, sorry.
Don't be
think
Street of
failed.
Silas. Street of Silas, and then turning left onto Blackstaff Tower. Okay, let me see if you have any encounters along the way.
Walk
Apart from,
like a
the people going,
dragon.
the fuck?
Yeah,
Walk like a dragon.
Just walking in and shaking my head like I'm singing inside my head, and I'm actually singing with
Yeah.
the secondary mouth.
yeah. The only encounters you have on your way there are people looking at like is that a dragon?
Dragons.
Yeah. So you guys
First
walk.
it's dragons.
Yeah. So you guys.
Oh wait, can I roll perception because I want to see what type of people we're passing.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
All the way, you see lots of people. You see lots of stores and
Okay.
warehouses and inns.
Cassandra points at GM and Turk and says,
Hey, what are those pointy ear humans?
I believe they're the humans that mostly live in trees.
But why are their ears so
And-
pointy?
Well, because they can spot treasure better than other humans.
Those
Ah,
ones aren't humans. Those ones are elves.
Then why are they
elves?
pink?
Why are they called elves? That's just a letter. That's silly.
It's not just a single letter. It's like 5 letters in their mortal tongue. And they're called that because their god decided that.
You know,
So shelves. Got it.
shelves.
You know what? I think I might just stop correcting him.
You learn to live with it.
I am them.
Oh, this is gonna be so freaking funny of a campaign.
I'm just gonna let them get in their own trouble.
You pass by a few temples on the way
Mm-hmm.
and houses and whatnot,
that's-
and you get
Pointing out the temples. That's where they worship the bigger humans.
and you get when you get to here,
Sorry.
Haven't you heard
continue.
about what gods are called?
Yeah.
The wolves always told me that Gaia is a god.
Well, the only god we have to worry about is Bahamut.
Who's that?
Oh, he's a big good boy.
Never
Who's
heard
the-
of him.
He's the platinum dragon.
As I said, big good boy.
Yeah, he
Never
like
heard of him.
4 gold. Oh yeah, 4 of your people are guards. Pointing at Feim.
What?
Remember, the little gold birds are actually ancient dragons like her.
Oh yeah. That was in the stories, wasn't it?
You were very nice to sing me the song of those people.
Okay, DM.
Sorry.
We're done
As
busking.
okay, as you get to the gates of the Blackstaff Tower, the gates are closed and locked, and you see a sign that's written in Common, Draconic, and Elvish that says, "Please knock if you need to speak with the Blackstaff."
I knock.
How hard do you knock?
I am going to roll for that.
Because you are dragon after all.
Oh no.
I'm gonna roll a D100 high. I hit way too hard.
No, just roll a athletics check.
Okay. I'll do an athletics check.
Oh,
This
wait, I
is-
forgot to do the one thing. Let me rewind to do that.
Oh, why is
As
it-
soon as you roll this athletics check, I'll do the one thing that Dark reminded me to do, but I forgot to do. After he rolls this athletics check.
9.
You barely you try to knock softly, and you knock relatively softly. Okay, because you are dragons, I feel you should have more hit points than the measly hit points you have. So I will let each of you roll 3d12, and you can pick the highest d12 you roll and add that much to your maximum hit points.
Okay, 3d12. Okay, so 3d12. So
Yes.
So I can add 3?
You could re-roll.
Thank you.
You could...
That was
could
sad.
re-roll. That was bad.
Okay, so do I choose 2 of them?
So
Or
I
just
get a
one?
6.
So I get
No,
a
6.
I get a 6.
So you get 6 more to your AC. Lid, you get 12.
Yeah.
And Sourra, you get 12.
Oh,
And Feim, you get 8. So change on your sheets your maximum HP, raise it by that much.
Great, I have 16 health. Woo.
22. Oh, shoot. No, wait. I'm not a cat. Oh, much better. Oh, Arden Blackstaff hit me with a polymorph.
26.
Okay. And about 2 or 3 minutes later, let me describe. A female human. Yeah, she's human. Walks out of the tower, and you see her walking up. She has a long black staff, and she walks up to you.
Ooh.
Ooh, she pretty.
And she says,
I love that outfit.
So do I. Love that. She goes, she stands at the gates and opens the gates up and stands at them and says, I am Vajra Zafir, the current Blackstaff of Blackstaff Tower. How can I be of service to you, esteemed dragons?
Immediately looks over to Feim. Well?
Well? We start to push her closer to Vajra.
This has been a...
And go!
So, out of character, I posted a message on Discord real quick.
Okay.
The shenanigans had me forget what you told me earlier. I'm sorry.
Okay, they said you're supposed to talk to the current Blackstaff, the Grey Hands at Blackstaff Tower, and seek out the current Blackstaff at the tower, who they told you is the leader of the Grey Hands. They said that they also told you they're a group of magic users. It's like a guild of magic users.
Ah, okay. All right. Cat was making a loud noise. Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1. Greetings, Lady Blackstaff. I'm fine. I was looking for the Grey Hands and potentially learning magic from them.
I am the leader, as Blackstaff, I am the leader of the Grey Hands. That is the faction, or guild, kind of. More of a faction than a guild, that we have in Waterdeep, and around the all of Faerun, actually. You are interested in joining? I can accommodate you, and I have a few quests I could send you on to prove your worth. I mean, as a dragon, of course, there should be no problem, but you never know. Are you others? Are you interested in joining? You must be a magical of some sort in order to join.
I'm a sorcerer.
Were you interested in joining? We'd gladly have you as well. The more dragons, the better.
I look at him.
Sorry.
Me just like breaking stuff. Me break a lot of stuff.
Okay. You stay downstairs if you ever come in Blackstaff Tower. Lots of fragile stuff.
Whispers over to Sil. So, should I?
You definitely should.
Should I?
No. No, you shouldn't.
Okay.
Pancho, as you say that, kind of like looks at you like, yeah, no. Okay.
Okay,
So
I join. I join too.
Okay.
Still thinks it's a
Lane-
good idea.
Lane
I
just
guess me
flicks
not
his
make
tongue
friends
and
here.
does a la, and a small mote of light just hovers around the black staff.
Oh yeah, so it's magical
Um,
too.
Um,
By the way, what is the song of your people? Sil would like to know.
You're saying that more than I am.
He's your
Oh wait,
excited
no, I don't get
friend
the mote.
who.
I don't get the mote yet, but she does feel inspired.
they made
He's like, unfortunately, my interests lie in the music, not so much the magic. Well,
Yeah,
the magic
but
of
magic
music.
is friendship, and friendship music songs are good too.
This is true.
Okay. She reaches in. I swear I made freaking. Did I make not make the handout things? I swear I made the little things for us. So many places they put handouts that I lose track of where they stuck what handout.
That's understandable. That's totally understandable. By the way, to all of you, those of you that are watching while Anubis is going through handouts, just a reminder for the 3 streams you're watching. If you're watching the multi-stream, you can go. If you're watching any of the streams and want to support any of the streams, just go to !multi on either my stream or on Arden's stream, so you can get the link, and there it is. So you can watch and support all 3 streams. If you subscribe to any of the streams or spend 500 biddies on any of the streams, you get to bless one of the 4 dragons.
yes.
Commercial over. Also, if you give me a moment, I need water. I'll be right back.
I forgot I could do this.
Okay, she hands you a badge that has a little hand. It's like a little gray hand. And she says, keep this on your person, but keep it hidden. She hands it to both of you, Feim and Fa.
I ran away to get water, and Fa may have accidentally muted themselves.
Mm.
Oh wait, Fa went to get water. Feim may be muted at the moment.
Sorry. If I didn't mention it before, my partner is also in a D&D stream at the moment,
Yeah,
and
you did.
she has a bit of a strong voice.
I
It
have
carries.
returned.
My microphone's been picking her up, so I've been muting whenever she needs to speak.
That's fine. Yeah, so she hands you both hands you a badge. So the only one I don't have right now is the gray hands for Scray, for whatever reason. So she hands you a little badge. It looks like a hand, like a gray hand.
Gray
And-
hand badge.
Yep, and it says keep it on your person, but keep it hidden. We don't exactly need everybody knowing that who's all members of Force Grey or the Grey Hands.
I put it in Griffin bag.
Okay. And she says, get situated, and I will I will have a mission for you when after you get situated in the city. I'll send somebody to have you come back to the tower. Any clue where you're staying?
Probably the yawning portal.
We have one more stop to go. So, look on the map. There's a street of silver. I want to see if it's real.
That's just a name.
I mean, it's just a name, but we can't say no. Let's check it out.
Now, is the other one, this sword street, made out of swords?
We're standing on it. It's not made of swords.
Oh,
I think it's made of
Poop.
stones.
poop.
Yeah.
It should be Stone Street then.
Yeah, right?
But then all of them would be called Stone Street, except the dirt streets. Then they'd be called Dirt Street. Too many streets named the same thing. The mortals would get lost.
Yeah, but it just makes sense, though.
Well, I guess they could number them, like Stone Street 1, Stone Street 2,
I
Stone Street
know,
Blackstaff.
Or Black Blackstaff Tower
We're
Street.
saying this as we're walking away from the black staff. Who's probably super confused.
As soon as you guys walked away, she walked back in. She didn't hang around very long. Yep. So you guys heading? Where are you guys heading exactly? Are you just
We're heading to
towards...
Yawning Portal.
Heading to
Okay.
the Yawning Portal, but we're gonna take a scenic route.
Yeah,
Okay.
again.
Just pass by Bazaar Street, have a look, just
Oh,
pop
can
in
we,
ahead
can we
at
look
the
at the
market. Yeah, why not? We're here. We're tourists.
Yeah, you walk through the market. The market's like more like all they really have in the market is like open stalls selling food and drinks and stuff. Mostly think like farmers market.
Oh, look, Sil, it's a buffet.
No, we have to pay for those.
Mortals use currency. They exchange pieces of their hoards to each other for stuff.
Why would
It's very
you
gross.
use hoard?
Well,
Because
all of
hungry.
all of the mortals have really tiny hoards. Not all, and they use it to trade for things that they can't have or can't make themselves.
Oh,
Like,
show
not
me,
all-
show me.
Like, not all of them know how to hunt. So some of them do the hunting, and then they have others that make it all yummy, and then those who make it all yummy give it to the people who can't hunt in exchange for little bits of their hoard.
So wait, I can grow my hoard by making the yummies?
Yes.
If people want it, they'll give you bits of their hoard for some of the yummies you give them.
I can cook. I can make yummies.
But first, let me show you how it works. He just walks over to
Carve things. Holds up a little figurine I made. This is Uncle George.
Seal walks over to one of the stalls that has the meat rations. He's like, "Good mortal, I wish to procure one of your wares."
We has
Okay.
coin.
Did you want? How much did you want? I have, like
Uh,
one normal human size serving for one
Chosen.
for 5 copper.
I
Really?
mean,
That's all the humans eat? Ugh.
oh,
so
no
small.
wonder, no wonder they're so frail.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's see here. Well, if with one human size, he starts
them
sizing
out.
himself based off of the human, and then trying to match his body. We'll take 4.
Okay, that would be 2 silver pieces.
2 silver. 2 silver. I have 1 silver and plenty of gold.
No,
Actually,
I give 1 silver too, because I eat half.
Oh, okay. So we both give each one of our silvers.
Yes.
Okay, and he hands you meat. He hands you this little like kebabs of meat, and they smell really sweet. And when you try to eat them, they're teriyaki flavored.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna put in chat what I'm thinking of.
I accidentally turned into a cat again.
Here's what the badge for the Force Grey looks like. Yeah, my stream saw me going and grabbing it because I didn't have it
Nice.
on my computer. I had all the other ones, but I didn't have Force Grey for whatever reason.
Okay.
It's
I
just-
also-
hands a portion of it to the other two as well.
Wait, okay, so that's how I imagine.
noms on
that's how I imagine us eating. It's in general. I mean, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay, for you guys in chat, I'll show what on my stream. I'll show what he's. There's what he's.
Okay, I'll show it also. I'll show it. Basically, remember when Nick Wilde in Zootopia was at the wedding? That right there. That's how we're seeing this food.
Either one of you buying some of the teriyaki smelling beef?
Well, the two of us are eating, so.
Yeah, I know, two of them. That's
I shared my portion with the other two.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm eating it.
Binaries.
Yeah,
no. Oh no.
I eat it. Thank you, friend.
It's a good snack, but when's meal?
I think we'll get a bigger meal at an actual restaurant or a tavern, like the Yawning Portal.
Okay, let me see if on the way to the Yawning Portal, if you have any encounters.
I think I insulted that shopkeeper. I told her that her that her handkerchief was a little too small for me. She yelled at me and said it was a blanket.
Yeah, mortal-sized blankets. They're not built for dragon.
Okay, when you get about there. There. Let me see what you. Let's see. That's the.
We went past the high road, and now we're heading to the low road.
That's, I'll say that's the trades ward. You see a beggar. Where did I put the handout for? There we go. You see a beggar. It's a middle-aged, Lightfoot halfling, and she approaches you, and she's alms for the poor.
I've got
Is
alms.
she speaking in common?
Yes.
I've got arms. I don't know if alms.
He leans down and he goes, and he actually speaks in halfling and goes, "Give me one moment, I shall assist you shortly." And head goes back into his pack, and then drops 5 gold in her palms.
Oh, thank you so much. It's more than I've gotten all month.
That should last you good. Well, I don't know how long human currency lasts.
Oh no! Oh months.
So then Fa goes through Griffin bag and gives 7 additional.
This poor beggar. What the fuck?
And she scurries. She sticks it in her bag and scurries off.
No, I say come back.
Come back. We still
She
have
runs away.
She has more money.
She runs away.
I would chase after her.
Oh no!
Oh, no! Good idea.
You start running, it grabs you by the back of your nape and goes, nah.
Let's not cause stampede.
Let's leave them to their own devices. If that was enough to keep them fed for a while, then that's up to them. Besides, we'll make plenty more.
I want to give her a pretty gem.
You were gonna give her the diamond?
It's only 20 gold pieces.
Yeah, no, but still,
20
you're gonna
GP
give her a
worth.
diamond.
I'm not that smart. I don't know how much it's worth.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Your hoards are precious. Don't just give them away all
I don't have. I've never had
My
a
horde will be people.
My character doesn't
And
even know what a
song.
horde is.
Okay. And shortly after the one of the right before you get to the Yawning Portal, a guard walks up to you and he goes, "My apologies. I was so we recognize it as one of the guards from the front gate. He goes, "I've been running around looking for you. I was so overwhelmed that dragons were coming into the city that I forgot to give you the code legal. We have to give it to everybody that comes into Waterdeep." And he hands you a piece of paper.
Legal?
He hands each one of you a piece of paper. He goes, "It's the laws, the rules you must follow in the city."
Oh, okay.
The only one that's on there.
How does this justify my freedom?
It justifies everybody's freedom.
Artificial number, something personality.
I can't read.
Something impersonating official noble.
I'm a barbarian. I can't read.
Bribery.
I never learned how to read. I lived in the forest, so I never learned how to read.
Lord, using magic influence official content. Crimes against the city: arson, brandishing, espionage, fencing, forgery, hampering, littering, poisoning, theft, treason, vandalism, using magic to influence official without consent.
Wow, this
imprisonment.
city.
Oh, that's part of the political up there.
Mary, that's a meal.
Of course, you're fairy dragon. Of course, it's for you as a meal.
Crimes against God, insulting priests, disorderly conduct, public blasphemy against the god or church. Oops. Theft of a temple of goods.
Oh,
it's just like
blasphemy. What is this blasphemy?
Yeah.
This
I don't know, mortal gods.
mortals are so confusing.
Damage, disturbing the peace, murdering a citizen, robbery, slavery, using magic to influence a citizen. Oof. Lots of laws.
I don't like change.
And you guys are like right there when he comes up to you.
Oh, okay.
You guys go into the yawning portal. Let me put your tokens.
This is a building, not a portal.
But the
Lies!
sign
Lies!
the
Lies
sign
and
says yawning
betrayal.
portal.
This is
Humans
not a-
often use alternate euphemisms for things, just like how
Why?
Dinglehopper.
It's false advertisement. Why do they keep calling things that they're not? Like, I didn't see any soothsayer in the soothsayer's way.
Maybe you weren't looking hard enough, or they saw the future and avoided you.
They saw too many sooths.
They saw too many sooths.
Okay. So you guys walk into the yawning portal. You guys open the door and walk in. It was kind of loud when, like, if all people cheering, they're looking at these this group of people.
Mm-hmm.
This group of 5 people up here.
Wait, hold on. I gotta zoom out so I can see. What
I
group
know
of
one
5
of
people?
those people. I will shut up about it.
Oh, is this regarding Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Now, is this a table?
Yeah, this is a big table.
No, this big round thing.
No, that's a portal. It's a hole in the ground.
Oh, that's a yawning portal. But it's not yawning. I don't hear it go.
And you see them. They're slowly moving into the like standing in this bucket, and they're getting ready to be looks like they're getting ready to be lowered into the portal. And here's what it looks like. Another like picture inside. It's 4 levels. Like you really only see the 1 level, but it's like 3 levels, and
Okay,
it's really crowded in here.
Oh, wow.
Not everybody you see on there is in there, but most of those types of people are in. Most of those people are in there.
What the heck is up?
I
What
behold.
the
Oh, it has
house?
a giant well in the middle of it.
It has a giant hole in the middle of it, and he goes, and Durden, the barkeep standing behind the bar, is like, it says, They've paid their gold. Now they go down the portal to face the Mad Mage's
Trial?
dungeon and see if they could survive his trials. And they all lower down into the portal.
Hey, Feim, are those sacrifices?
I don't know.
Feim.
No, what?
Feim.
I'm immediately scared.
Can I roll history to see?
Yes, you could roll history
May I?
with advantage.
Not bad.
May I?
Sure, you all could roll a history check
But not at
with advantage.
Oh, all of us.
No.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled a 4.
I
Oh,
got
I wrote an
11,
18.
and you got a nat 20.
I got a nat 20 minus 2. But I got a nat 20. I don't
Okay.
know how, but I know
So
about
apparently
it.
you somehow know about this.
Everybody but Fa has heard of the yawning portal. It is before the city of Waterdeep existed. There was a mage named Halaster who built a tower, and some magical catastrophe that he did made it so that it sunk into the ground and created a hole in the middle of this area, and they built Waterdeep. They were just starting to build Waterdeep when this happened, and they built Waterdeep around the originally it was an elven city that they built, but it wasn't called Waterdeep. I'm having a brain fart. Out of character is the name of the city. But they built it, and they built it around this tower, and shortly after the city was starting to be built, the tower sunk into the ground, and it's rumored that it somehow reversed itself. The highest level is lowest level and whatnot. It's really weird. It's run by was owned by a insane wizard called Halaster. And Durden
Alaster?
Halaster.
Oh.
Halaster Blackcloak.
Oh, a laughter in black cloaks.
And you know that people, like adventurers, like to go down there and explore the dungeon.
Well,
It's
there you
called
go,
the
I-
Dungeon of the Mad Mage. And you know adventurers like to go down there and explore it.
Ah, so they are
Ooh.
sacrifices. Good to know.
Okay. I immediately walk up to the bar and sit down. Well, I don't sit down. I like stand by the bar.
How hard do you sit down on this human-sized chair?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and sit down on the chair.
Well, you are the same size, except for your tail as a human. You do weigh a bit more, though.
That's my
But-
point. Gravity.
Okay, athletics check.
Everyone except
Ooh.
I rolled a 20.
The chair breaks underneath you.
I look at the
The
chair.
stool breaks.
I look at the bartender.
Hey, Sil.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Hey, Sil. Who do we have to
Never
contact
seen what
here?
this thing is before. But I see everybody else sitting on them, so I thought it was a proper thing
I
to do.
think I need to find a bard other than myself.
Okay, I'm going to, Great Doggo in Sky. Can I roll to yell out to the people to find Bard?
Oh no.
You see a bard. You see a guy playing a 3-stringed lute, singing up here,
Sil, over there.
and
Okay, let me
the
go bother him.
gentleman that's behind the bar is that guy.
Durnan.
He goes,
Durr.
"I'm Durnan, owner of this bar. Kindly, be careful sitting in the stools. They're sturdy. They can support you. Just be careful."
But ground is
Walks
perfectly
by.
comfortable.
Nods. Walks over.
I look at the bartender. I'll have what she's having, and I point to the person next to me. Hello.
Okay. He says, "You sure you want that?"
What is she having? And I pointed to this person right here.
Yeah. She's having orcish ale.
What's an orc?
It's the people
Actually,
with
no,
the
I would know
big
what an orc
teeth.
is because they've. No, I know. I would know what an orc is because they've been in the forests before.
Mhm.
Oh, I've drinking. I think I've drinking that ale that they're made before, straight from the gourd thing that they had.
1 gold piece.
I give him a gold piece.
And he's hands you a drink.
Am I underage?
You're 19.
Technically.
so I don't
You're
know.
16. He's 16.
I'm 16.
He doesn't know whether you
Oh,
are
16,
or not.
Right, you're 16. Right, you're 16.
You're a dragon. He's not questioning you.
Okay, I'm gonna drink. I'm gonna drink it.
Concept of legal drinking age is a rather recent invention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drinking age back in like here is like 13, 14.
Yeah.
Okay.
She is
In
16
human
years
years.
old. Yeah, she's 16.
I look
years
at this
old.
lady and I say, I hope this tastes as good as the orcish ale that I had before.
She just grunts.
I look at her. My name is Sourra. Nice to meet you. Sourra hopes that we become friends, and I drink the ale looking at her as I hold it up to her like cheers. And like greeting as like friendly gesture.
Well,
She nods at you.
so,
And I drink the beer. Or the ale.
Okay.
fine.
Yeah.
Are you coming? Oh, is there supposed to be a map?
Yes.
All I see is a blacked out screen.
Oh,
Oh,
no, you have no
I,
vision.
I see
Oh,
I see the code legal.
there. Better?
But everything else is just a black screen.
Is it better now?
Oh, yeah, now I can see.
Ta-da!
Okay.
Vision!
Roll 20 as a tendency. Roll 20 as a sen-
For some reason, it took your vision off when I don't know. I had set your vision. For some reason, it took it off.
Okay, I was wondering. Oh, it's a lot of narration. I guess am I in the timeout corner?
No, you're
No.
not.
Oh.
No.
No, I just didn't realize
You just
Roll20
had
did
your-
that.
You just had your eyes closed.
Yeah, you had your eyes closed. The noise was loud. You were focusing.
Oh,
So fine, are you following us to the bard, or are you checking on our young sister,
Who just drank
Orc?
Orc.
Ale.
rock gut.
Yeah. Give me, as you take a drink of it, give me a con save.
She drank all of it.
Yeah, I know.
Not
As
a-
you drink it, as you chug it, give me a con save.
Oh!
God damn it.
It does not affect me at all.
God's been
Yeah.
damned.
Yep.
Again, she was raised by wolves.
I look at
no
the-
wonder.
I look at the orc. I'm like, wow, that was amazing.
token.
I literally chugged the entire thing down.
Okay, this is how the token's working. Okay.
Does the orc lady say anything?
Oops. These tokens are small. I just realized how small these tokens are for some
There's
reason.
no-
Did make
Oh,
us
aren't
teeny.
these?
No,
aren't
that's the
these-
full size.
No, I meant the squares here. Aren't these every little 4 panel? Are these 10 by 10 squares or 5
No,
by
they're
5?
they're 5 by 5.
Oh yeah, these
But-
tokens are tiny.
Well, no,
Those-
the I think that like 4 of the squares are 5 feet. Like the little squares that you see.
Okay,
I do believe we were
Ah,
meant to be
okay.
zoomed in.
does
Yeah,
the
yeah.
orc say anything?
Yeah,
assuming
but you can
chugged
see
this?
you can see the big squares, like the gray squares that are just barely visible.
Mhm.
Those are 5 foot by 5 foot squares.
Yeah, that we fit. We fit in them.
Yeah.
Oh mighty dog in the sky. Does the orc say anything but me just chugging this thing and not even looking
Nope.
like it phased me at all?
Grunts you. Just grunts.
Do I understand grunt?
Do I understand?
No, it doesn't speak. It just grunts. It just makes a grunt like it kind of doesn't want us to talk.
I'm like, sorry, I do not understand your language.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna end up getting myself killed.
Oh,
Here's-
oh, 3 strings. There's our bard.
His name is 3 Strings.
3 strings.
As you walk up to him, he stops his singing and playing, and he's like, yes, was there something I could help you with?
Ah, yes, hello. I was here to find a bard, specifically one involving the harpers.
And motions you this way. And like, hold over here.
Where? Oh, there.
Well, I mean, there's no point in shushing. We do kind of draw a crowd by just being us, you know.
Yes. He goes, what brings you to looking for the Harpers? Yes, not that I have anything to do with them, but what brings you looking for them?
The elder Lovaas said to seek out harpers. We helped them in the past.
Ah, the Lovaas clan. Good. Did you wanted to join us and do things for us in the town and help us out? And we shall help you in exchange?
I mean, if it's profitable and it's within, and if it doesn't hurt any mortals, I'd be happy to join.
Okay. He says, well, get situated and I shall,
Sit?
give you
Climbs up on the table.
mission.
Sits.
And he hands you a badge.
Ooh.
Oh, you gotta
Says,
hire.
keep that hidden. Wear it, but keep it hidden.
Keep it hidden. Keep it hidden.
Looks around his body of where he could put it.
In the bag.
Dude, I don't think. Fine. Just slips it under his tail pouch. There we go.
What are you doing, Fame?
Fine.
I
Fine.
don't know. I've been on mute most of this time.
And then it would
Oh no. Mute.
Oh yes.
Well, there's
Yeah,
dwarves.
if you're catching parts of it, Cass has been doing a lot of talking.
Oh yeah.
So,
So I think these are dwarves, and
I think I'm gonna use the text chat to talk.
Okay.
No worries. I think these are dwarves. Well, they're definitely hairy enough.
Hey, maybe you can ask them.
What, to sing this? Ask the song for their people?
I think it said something about playing with their hole.
No, it's called Diggy Diggy Hole. I already know it.
And he goes over here and starts playing again. Okay. You observe the room and start taking
fine.
it in.
I would like to observe the room to take in what I see. Perception 23.
Okay. You see everybody's kind of quiet. It's a lot quieter than it has been. Like when they were cheering, the people being lowered into the portal. But like they're just starting to pick up talking again. Like they're still kind of glancing at you, 4 of you. Like they don't see. I mean, there's a lot of things they see in Waterdeep. But it's not every day they see 4 dragons walk into the yawning portal.
Maybe I should help break the ice.
And
ice, I can break it.
No,
just as you get up, Lynn, you're sitting around the sturdy wooden table that's lit by a burning candle, and the sounds of gamblers start yelling, and drunken adventurers are singing bawdy songs, nearly drown out the off-key strumming of the bard next to you. Then all the noise is eclipsed by a shout as this half-orc lady walks by over here. Right.
Oh, my friend.
And he says, "You pig! Killing my mates, does ya?" The 7-foot-tall half-orc is hit by a wild swinging punch from a male human whose shaved head is covered with eye-shaped tattoos. 4 other humans stand behind him. Ready to
What?
jump into the fray. The half-orc cracks her knuckles, roars, and leaps at the tattooed figure. But before you can see if blood is drawn, a crowd of spectators cluster around the brawl. What do you do?
Is that for all of us?
Yeah.
She's my new friend, so I'm gonna go help her out.
Okay, everybody that wants to help, roll initiative.
Son of a...
She's my new friend, so I'm gonna help.
Damn it,
18.
damn it, kids.
Hey, I was told to make friends, and that's what I'm doing.
And yeah, to roll if you want to help as well, if you want to get in there as well. Roll.
I forgot to click my token when I did that.
You didn't roll initiative. Oh yeah, you did.
I did. I rolled an 18. I forgot to click my. I forgot you have to click your token.
Okay, let me add you to the turn order. Yeah, 18.
So, you would click token, Fame, and then click at the top left where it says initiative.
Mm-hmm. And it'll roll for you.
Do that. It's been a while since I've played this.
By well, they mean like 3 weeks.
Exactly.
'Cause it took us 3 weeks to set up after we
And the
got
layout's
finished.
a little different than before.
Okay. Are Ba and Feim getting in the fight, or stopping, or are they just watching?
Fahdon? You be muted? Question mark? Yeah, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Now we can.
Mike went kaput. So yes. So I was asking Sil. So what are you doing?
You just see him immediately get into a snarl as he sees
But I have
the baby of us try to jump into the fray with a random stranger.
Face palm. She's gonna be troublemaker, isn't she?
Yeah. Let's see if we can end this peacefully.
I don't know how to use my tail or claws, so yet. So
Oh, here, let me add that real quick.
or my bite. I can't bite people either. Oh, Feim is concentrating. Okay. Wait, is Feim in the? Oh yeah. Oh wait, I need to roll initiative too. Hold on.
That was an accident. Ignore me. Ignore that fairy fire.
Oh, I rolled 15.
Get your spell slot back.
Yeah, just go into your spell slot and do plus. Just give it back.
Hey,
They're really violent for
Okay, here we
squishy
go.
things.
Let's see. Okay, 1d.
Let's just try to keep it to a non-lethal. After our claws are very sharp.
So,
Tail whips only.
can I,
I was fixing your thing.
oh, I didn't put, oh, sorry. I just realized I didn't do spells on my sheet. I'm just gonna have to do that within the week. So for now, it's just gonna be,
Ignore that.
yeah.
Claws are 1d6. Flashing. And tail is 1d8. 1d8. Okay, there you go. You have your bite, claw, and tail.
Yay! I can bite, claw, and tail. I know how bodily functions work now. Remove those up. My bite.
What's your dex, Fa?
My dex is, hold on, give me a second. My dex is a 14.
Okay. 1 second, I'm loading her sheet so I can see what her dex is, see which one of you goes first.
Oh wait, there's a tie?
Mm-hmm. You go first. Okay.
Oh, I go
That's
before
how-
Orc Lady. Okay.
Did I tie with this guy right here? Because he has an 18.01. I have an 18.
What's your dex?
13.
You have
Okay.
OM. Oh, here's the lady.
Yagra.
Oof.
Yeah, she's my new friend. I help her out.
She's your new friend. She didn't even acknowledge you, and all of a sudden she's your friend. This is great.
Hey, she gave me a good drink.
Just a reminder to anyone watching my stream, Consequences is not for Tuesdays. That's only Mondays, so do not spend your 3,000 spronks.
Consequences?
I'm the only DM that has it at this point in time
Yeah,
until Bacon
that's-
starts
Yeah.
being a DM on stream.
I mean, I can
Oh, and-
roll Consequences, but it does not affect this stream.
Yeah, same for Darkborne.
That'll be interesting.
Okay. Okay. So this guy isn't doing anything. He's just crowded around getting ready to fight in case needed to.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, maybe you should do that.
Okay.
Add turn. Put it at her. 10. There we go. Okay. Let's sort it right. Okay. There we go. So he's just standing there. You're going before. Sourra, your turn.
Okay, who's the person that... Okay, what
Yeah,
are
who's
these
the
two?
tattooed person? Yeah, who's the tattooed
Yeah, which
person?
one's the
The
tattooed
guy right there. The guy across from her.
Okay,
Right.
what are these two doing?
They're
Right
just
now.
standing. This one's like getting ready to fight her. These other ones are looking like ready to fight.
I stand right about where I'm at. So I stand like right here, and I look. Okay, why did it just jump to him? I'm not done with my turn yet. Okay, I
So
stand
what,
right
every
here,
set.
and I look at them. It's like, You leave my friend alone. And I stand and I move forward just one space.
Why does he keep doing that?
I don't know. I didn't touch it. Must be messing up.
Oh, I know why it's doing that. Let me fix it. Settings.
Oh, I stand right behind her and I end my turn.
There we go. Okay.
And I end my turn.
Okay. He brings his fist. He brings his fist back and punches her. Tries to punch her. He hits her and does one damage to her.
Okay.
This guy, this- no, see, you don't punch like that. You have to hit her like this, and he pulls out a scimitar and swings it at her.
That's cheating. That is
And
cheating.
he hits her.
Oh, that guy's going down.
Bah, your turn.
That is cheating. I'm gonna use touchy grabby hands of magic and pull them away.
Mage hand could pull 10 pounds. These guys weigh a lot more than 10 pounds.
Then can I use oh, okay.
Use it to open his belt and pull the belt out.
Oh yeah, I wanna use it to pants him.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand. Check.
I think it's.
Oh, I forgot to turn off advantage.
Oh well.
18.
Okay. Which one are you doing? The scimitar guy? One that used the scimitar?
The guy that cheated.
His pants fall around. He pulls out his belt, and you pull out his belt, and his pants start to fall. He manages to grab them, and now with one hand, he's holding his pants up, and his belt's floating next to him in your mage hand.
Can I now hit him with the belt? Like spank him?
No, well, your action was to cast the spell, so
No, I'm saying
next
next
turn you
turn.
could.
Yeah. Can I do that?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
awesome.
sure. Next turn you can do that.
Awesome! I can punish him for being naughty.
Yegra, she looked like she was getting ready to start fighting with her fists, but she reaches on her belt, takes off her mace, and swings it sideways and tries to hit him. The one that just hit her.
Oh!
It crits.
Oh! Oh!
Yes.
So the one with the no pants.
Yeah.
No
The one that's
belt
holding
man,
his
actually.
pants.
Well, yeah. She's pressing the advantage.
Let's see. You feel it's imperative to press on an advantage no matter the cost of the fact you choose to gain.
He dies.
Well,
He's dead.
Well, I
I
still
cheer.
got his belt. I still have
I say,
belt.
good job, new friend.
He's just dead.
No.
I say, good job, new friend.
I didn't kill anyone. All I did was pull belt. I swear.
Okay. And she's like looking like, and this guy goes, "You killed Krantz!"
I guess
And-
non-lethal is off the table.
And swings his scimitar at her. And misses her.
Oh, this is not good.
Bam, your turn.
Fine.
Fine.
We believe
Fine,
in
your
you.
turn.
I have no idea what's going on or why.
Anybody does.
For some reason, they went ape shit.
So, though I do quite clearly know from my little pamphlet of laws that was handed to us that assaulting and killing other citizens is illegal.
So, yeah, we're not assaulting anyone. We're trying to stop an assault.
Well, unless you want me to cast fairy fire or grease on someone,
I mean, grease will make
Grease.
them slip and fall.
Into the hole.
Feim is going to hold action and pass turn. She'll act to defend one of the other dragons, but she's not going to do anything else.
Okay.
Sil, your
Fine.
turn.
Oh, shoot. Not what I meant to do. Yeah. Okay. I go over here. And then I'm going to grapple this guy. And pull him away. And try and pull him away.
Strength check. Or athletics.
Oh, no. Fighting is not good. Fighting's not good. Law breaking.
Yeah, really.
Fudge. Really? There we go. You said athletics, right? Fudge. Roll 20 being dumb. Athletics.
Ooh.
You grapple him.
Did I just nat 20?
No.
No, but
You
you
rolled
got
dirty
30
20.
20.
Yeah, you got a dirty 20.
Just.
Stop! No fight.
Okay,
No
you
fight, no
could
kill.
move. You could move up to 15 feet away.
Pull him 15
It's
feet
your
movement.
away.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, here you go. No, corner.
No, corner. No fighting. No fighting, no killing. Guards.
This guy steps forward
Oh no.
and he swings his scimitar.
And misses.
Oh,
And
crit
crit
miss.
fails.
Crit
Oof.
miss.
Womp, womp,
Oh, and his
womp,
weapon
And his-
breaks.
And his scimitar cracks. He hits the floor with his scimitar and it breaks. His scimitar just shatters.
Well, that was a thing.
Okay. And this guy's getting ready to go. He steps foot over here. And as he steps foot over there, you hear faintly coming out of the portal
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
I'm not hearing anything.
it's the music again.
Oh my.
Mm.
Bee doobie doobie
And it's-
doobie.
and then it stops as you hear a scream.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Great.
And then
Uh-huh.
climbing out of the portal you see a troll with an arm, holding an arm of one of the adventurers you just saw go down the portal, holding the ripped off arm and chewing on it as he climbs out of the portal.
Fine, we go loud.
Is the building made of wood?
Fahdon,
Yes.
we're going loud.
Well, the walls are made of stone. The floor
We're
is made
going
of wood.
loud?
See monster, kill monster.
Does it look like it's
Oh!
precariously perched
Wow.
on the edge of the portal still?
Yes.
I cast grease.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, cast grease.
I still have mage hand, so I can push.
He rolled the exact same thing. I was giving him advantage on his roll because I forgot to roll advantage, and he rolled the exact same thing.
Eh.
Oh, rolled the 14?
No, 15.
Oh, gotcha.
You don't see it. It
Okay.
rolls it to me. But the guy, the barkeep. Okay.
Oh, the barkeep.
Okay, so he has to make a... Oops, this guy. Dex save. Come on, give me his character sheet.
Him in anywhere within a decent range.
Hey, Fa, did you hear that? B2B. B2B was playing.
He manages to not slip.
Aww.
That's okay. I still have hand.
Okay. Let's see, do I have a handout for this guy?
Is it ending its turn there?
Well, it hasn't gone yet. It climbed out. It's not its turn yet. It's still Mo's turn. They climbed out during Mo's turn. Like, its last turn. Like, they had spent the entire turn doing that. So there's what the troll looks like. And the other things that popped up with him look like that.
20, your choice.
Look like that.
Oh, Sturges.
Some of them are sitting on him. Some
Do I
of
know what
them
they are?
when it's your turn, you can roll a check for one of them.
Okay.
That I have right now currently.
Okay. So it's his turn. He runs this way. Yigra gets a attack of opportunity. She swings her mace at him and misses. Because she's distracted by the troll coming out. He runs over. He runs over here. Yeah, he runs over there. Trying to get away from the troll.
3, so 20. I can carry one of them, well, or two if y'all are okay with that.
This guy tries to break free from the grapple.
Tries to break
Can I
free.
choose to let him pass automatically?
Yes.
Yeah. Then he
Okay.
is free.
Okay. He kind of backs up and runs this way. Like, into this room.
Coward!
Pretty much. Oh, they're
All
gonna
that
get
big-
such a vicious mockery after
All
this.
that big talk for nothing.
The troll takes a step forward.
He rolled an 18 as well. Okay. You
Yeah, I'm listening.
just went quiet.
Yeah, I was reading something. Square. Okay, so he is still
Out again.
he's still in the grease. He swings at he claws at one of the bandits and hits. He hits this guy up here. And he drops dead.
See, and people wonder why I call them squishy things. Always looking at me
He's-
weird.
He claws at the other one and hits him. He takes 9 damage, and he has to make a con save.
Mm.
He passes.
Oh.
Then he goes and bites him. And hits him. And he's dead. He rips his head off.
Oh, good squishy. Squishy beings.
Swing, splat, munch, crunch.
Literally.
Okay.
So-
Sourra, your turn.
I look at my orc friend. That was amazing. And I'm gonna move right here, and I'm gonna attempt. Am I big enough to grab?
Oh, wait, he has to make he ended his turn there. He has to make another dex save.
Okay, where's all the grease?
He fails.
Okay, where's the grease so I don't step in?
10-foot square.
Yeah.
Right, literally, like, it ends right where he is and goes back to the portal.
Okay,
like,
first
back to here.
I'm gonna move right there, so I'm within distance. of
He
that.
falls prone. Let me
Okay.
see. I'm giving him another dex save to see if he falls in the hole.
Okay.
Oh.
He falls in the hole, and
Okay.
he grabs onto the tries to grab onto the side.
And
Nope.
fails. And fails.
He falls down, and he dies.
Thank God. Okay, I'm gonna see if I
that
know-
is the most
Okay, I'm gonna do a check to see if I know what these creatures are.
Yeah.
That is the
Roll-
most
So what-
anticlimactic
what are
entrance
they?
ever.
What are they considered? Yeah, that was... Roll a nature check.
I gotta clip that.
Yeah, I don't know shit. I only know
You
nat
have
one.
no idea. You don't know
Okay.
what they are. You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Well, I'm gonna move up to them since he fell down.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna grapple this guy and throw him down into the hole.
This one dies. They are flying.
I can't swing my tail up and grab one?
You can't grab with your tail. Well, you could. You could try.
That's how I would grapple them, isn't it?
Okay, make an athletics check.
You have a prehensile tail?
It's my.
I mean, you could wrap your tail around something.
Yeah, I rolled an 8.
Yeah. Let's see.
And then I'm gonna rage. That's my bonus action.
He dodges.
I'm gonna rage. And then, do I get a second attack or is that it?
Is
No,
this
that's it.
technically a drunken rage?
I'm not drunk.
I know, it's just a joke.
I go rage.
Okay.
I rage.
And
And I end my turn.
And of course, the
Okay. Those were the ones that were attached to him.
I rage. I go. "Rah!"
Okay, so that one's dead.
You make Sourra. You make Sourra mad.
This
kill you now.
this one goes towards you and tries to attack you. Tries to attach itself to you.
Oh God. 15.
What's your AC?
My AC, yes, 13.
Okay, it attaches to you. You take 7 piercing damage.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm down to 20.
just to check and see what it
I'm
does.
down to 21. I think, right? I was
No,
at
you're down to
26.
19.
Down to 19. I was at 26.
Yes, 7 is 19.
Okay.
Okay. Durnan lets out a chuckle. This troll just slipped on grease and fell down the hole. Like, he doesn't know what to make of it. He's just, like, laughing.
By the way, I'm marking the stream so I can later go and clip this anticlimactic fight.
It's just flop flop whoop.
Jumps over the bar.
It says, acts like it's open, but I'm not... Sorry, I'm looking for his sheet. It says it's open, but I can't find. Okay, let me
Look
try to
for
open
his
this
name. It did that to me earlier.
Mm-hmm. It did that with the journal for me earlier.
General? What general?
Okay.
You mean Vajra?
He runs. He jumps over and he sprints over to here. And he swings his sword. This giant great sword that he just pulls off of it, like he just kind of like grabs it as he's jumping over the counter, and he comes and he swings, and he's laughing so hard he crit fails.
Oh no! Don't fall down the hole.
And then he swings again. And misses. He swings again and hits, killing it. He steps forward, takes one more step forward, and swings again at this one.
Guy's a fighter.
Dang.
And
Me
hits
impressed.
it and kills it.
Generation of stuff.
Isn't that one attached to me though?
Yes, he swings it off of you.
Oh, okay.
And then, let's see, is this one still alive? No,
That
that
one's
one's
dead.
dead. Ah, your turn. There's 3 Sturges left.
What spells you got, Fa? Fa?
Yeah, oh, there we go. My mic is working again. Okay. All right, so since I still have the mage hand belt,
Are you gonna try and belt one of them?
I am gonna try and belt one of them. This one right over here.
Make a let's see, you use charisma, so make a straight charisma roll. You miss.
Okay, all right. Since that was a cantrip.
Well, that you didn't cast any spell. The cantrip was still active. You just used it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I continued using it. When I'm gonna go into my spells, and oh boy, can I do this one? Let's see here. Chain up to minute. Each time you hit a creature with them. Oh no, I don't have any melee weapons. Okay, I can't do this one. Okay.
You have melee weapons. Your claws and your tail and your teeth are melee weapons.
You can go bite, tail slap.
Then I'm gonna move over here. Hold on. Can't I do that movement? I think I can do that movement. Hold on. I was over here. Measure.
15, 20, 25, 30. Yes, you can.
Okay. I'm going to. Goodness. So do I need to be like right here to do it? To be able to hit it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna use. Actually, hold on. I am going to use prismatic breath.
Okay.
So it'll be force damage.
So force.
13 force damage.
30-foot line, 5. Okay, I'm assuming you're aiming it down.
Yes. Yes.
Like you're leading up and jumping up, so you're above the thing and aiming down.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not even gonna roll because it takes half if it fails, and that's enough to kill it. So it is dead.
Party! Did you see, Sil? Did you see? I did the thing.
I'm waiting till my turn before I respond.
Yagra just shakes her head, drops to the ground, so just sits there for a second. This one flies back down.
Yeah, screw this. The troll guy that we came with is
Yeah,
gone.
really.
This is not worth
The
it.
troll
Sorry, goodbye.
abandoned us.
Uh-oh. There you go.
Alright, it's Feim's turn.
Feim's turn.
So there's just that one little scourge left, right?
Yep.
Would I have enough movement to fly over to right here?
Yes.
If the ping would happen and attack it?
Yeah, you could fly over there and attack it.
They just do that.
And would I be able to angle my breath weapon in such a way that the fire goes down the hole and doesn't set the tavern on fire?
Yes.
I cast Bah.
Even if you did set it on fire, it's a good thing I'm here.
Okay. It dies.
By the power of Ba.
by the power of Bah.
Okay.
Breath
And we are
weapons for
doing.
the win.
Since I forgot to mention at the beginning, we already discussed it. We are just for
Milestones.
Dragon Heist. We are doing milestones, so I'm not giving out experience until like certain points. They're just gonna level because there's lots of side missions, and especially since they've already joined 2 factions, there's side missions that they could get like a lot higher level, like to like 7th or 8th level before they get to Mad Mage. So until Mad Mage, they're going by milestone. Once we get to Mad Mage, we'll switch over to XP. I was just mentioning it. I forgot to mention it.
Since we're out of turnover, since all the monsters are dead, I'm assuming. I go over to my friend. No, wait. Are you okay, friend?
Are you dropping rage, friend?
Oh yes, I dropped my rage. I calm myself down. I point out a piece of wood and start carving into it.
I
walk over to my friend. I'm like, "Are you okay, friend?"
And of course, I go over to Sil. So, look, I did the thing.
Pat, you did good.
Yay!
Yeah, I'm good.
Those guys were mean, and that troll ruined the party.
There was a troll?
Well, that creature ruined the party. I wouldn't know it was a troll because I rolled in that one. That creature ruined the party.
There was a creature?
I move in the way to interpose myself between the guys and the half-orc and look over to the barkeep. So, what are we gonna do about this?
Guards are on the way. They'll take care of it. These guys are trouble anyway. I'm tempted to throw them in the pit.
Can I help? They hurt my orc my new friend.
Sure. Go carry them and stick them outside.
Okay, I do as he says, and I carry them and stick them outside.
I stare at the two and just shake my head.
Yep. Tisk, tisk, cowards.
I even take these guys.
No, they're alive. They're alive. The guards are coming for them.
Outside. He said to take them outside so the guards can deal with them.
No. You take the bodies outside.
Yeah. This one look the one on the right. This one looks over at the other one and goes and says,
"Yeah, Feim wants to search the bodies."
Sure, you can go out with them and search the bodies. So you go out with
Sourra.
Sourra. And go and search the bodies. While you guys are searching the bodies, I'll tell you what the other two say. This one turns and looks over at this one, goes, "Well, Shemp, we lost Curly, Larry, and Krentz." And he looks at the old, "Yeah, Mo, I know."
No money, no mo.
Let's see.
I'm hoping I don't hear their name.
Whatever's going on here is between you, the guards, and her.
Yep. Also, I would just like to say to you two, tisk tisk tisk, you should feel bad. Tisk tisk tisk. That was terrible.
And that's coming from the adorable one.
Okay, so, as you go out, you search them, they have was it 3 of them? Yeah, 3 of them. They have, one of them doesn't have a scimitar, it's broken, so he broke it on the floor. The other 2 have scimitars, and their armor is really bad shape, not worth anything.
He broke it on the floor.
You find 2 scimitars, and you also find on total of them 9 silver pieces.
Oh, look, Feim, you've got 9 silver.
You find 2 scimitars and 9 silver pieces searching them.
I'd leave the scimitars for evidence.
Or take them.
But if you take them, then there's no evidence.
Out there, so
The creature came out and killed them.
You're talking to Mo and Shemp.
No, I'm sorry. I forgot to do it in my regular voice. I meant to do all that in out of character. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I just got addicted to the voice.
Because
what evidence?
Adorable.
What evidence needs to be left? They got killed by a troll, didn't they?
Exactly.
Okay, fine. Yeah, you have a point. You have a point. Okay, back to voice.
As you grab the silver.
scimitars.
Okay, as you grab the scimitars and silver, the guards come up and just shake their heads, and got in a fist fight and trolls killed them.
A troll came out of the pit.
Stupid pit. And they grab them and they throw them on this cart they brought with them and take them away.
And I go back to my new friend and ask, seeing if she can check
I
it
don't
on
know
her
why,
again.
but you're still raged.
No,
He unraged.
I ended my rage.
I know, but on my screen, she's still raged.
I'm fine. Thank you for your help. When you get a moment, come over to go speak with my friend over there. And he points over. She points over on the other side of the bar over here to a gentleman. As you look over there, I'll show you what he looks like.
He looks like Gordon Ramsay.
No, I'm getting a handout.
Gordon Ramsay. What?
I don't know. Popped in my head. Because there's a guy over here that could easily pass.
It's Guy Fieri.
Right here.
It's Guy.
No, not over there.
I know. I couldn't see what you pinged.
Oh yeah, I have to zoom out so I can see where you pinged. Where are you pinging? Oh, there.
Here. Okay.
The guy, as you look over there, here's what he looks like. He goes, tell Davil that Yagra said to talk to him.
Will do.
He reminds me of a certain champion from Herois.
I know. I hate him already.
I look at her. Say, you need drinking partner. Me join you.
I'm good, thank you.
No, I'm talking about future times or anything. I'm not talking about just now.
Okay.
He walks over here and sits.
Bye, friend.
Bye.
Okay, and I walk over there.
He says, when you get a moment. But before you do, a gentleman stands up, like over on the other side of the yachting of the over by the fireplace.
I don't see where this fireplace is. Oh, right here. Okay.
Yep. He stands up and he walks towards you guys. And he says, he walks up here, because you guys had come back in after that. And he says to you guys, you'll be adventurers, am I right?
You be correct?
I could use your help. Let's find a table and talk.
There's a lot of tables. There's a table right next to us.
And he
There's a
motions
table behind us,
to
there's a
the
table in front.
He motions to the table back here.
Oh, hey, cowards, you might want to move.
Jordan kicks them out.
Okay.
I sit in the big comfy chair.
No, that's where our person's gonna be.
Yeah, that's where he sits.
Okay, I sit right there then.
I don't see you moving for some reason.
I moved.
Oh, I see you.
That's-
I see the green.
I move to the side. I move one of the chairs away, and I just sit
Yeah, I do too.
like next to the table.
Yeah.
Okay.
I rolled a nat 20. I break the chair.
No, no. He's still trying to sit in chairs. Sorry,
As
she
you,
was raised by wolves.
As you sit down, here's what the guy looks like.
Volothomp Volo Gedarm.
He strokes his mustache. The figure who approaches you as he sits down strokes his mustache, adjusting his floppy hat, and he tightens his scarf. Volothamp Godarm, chronicler, wizard, and celebrity at your service. I trust you've noted the violence in our fair city these past 10 days. I haven't seen so much blood since my last visit to Baldur's Gate, but now I fear I've misplaced a friend amid this odious malevolence.
Okay, you speak pretty words, but we've only got here today, so I don't know what happened the last 9.
Oh,
Yeah, literally
well.
just got here today.
What is
Oh,
Baldur's
well.
Gate?
He goes, that's fine. I could still use your help, regardless.
What is Baldur's Gate?
It's another city, dear
it's
dragon.
A gate that's
What's a
made
city?
of boulders.
What's a city?
Hmm. What you're
You're
in now.
in one.
Oh.
Both of you questions later.
Yeah, no, she was raised by wolves. Don't worry, it's okay.
Okay, and you do recognize the name. He's written a book on monsters and
I can't read.
Oh wait, this is the Volos from Volo's Guide.
yes.
Yes.
I can't read.
That is cool. First off, for me as a player, this is really cool. I didn't know. All right.
This
have
is
his
the
card.
Volo.
This is
Yeah,
the
this is-
Volo. Okay.
The Volo.
Now I know what he looks like. That's awesome. Okay, cool.
I'm the only person here that's probably never heard of him.
No, other two can roll to see if they've heard of him, but
Okay, so
Feim
gonna
has
roll.
definitely heard of him.
what? Okay,
I'm gonna
since I'm
roll.
a sorcerer, would
Oh.
I know of him
I
because of the books?
Yep, I rolled a 4.
You could roll with advantage.
Okay. What am I rolling? History?
History.
I've never heard of him.
Nope.
Nope.
I have no
Oz
idea.
never heard of him. The other two, Feim and Sourra, Fa and Sourra have never heard of him. The other two have.
Look at him. I've never heard of you.
Well, I don't know. Not everybody has heard of me, but back on
Everybody has
topic.
heard of me.
It's very
Seal.
possible that I read his
Let a
book.
book. Slams it on the desk.
It's very
Signature.
possible. It's very possible that I've read his books, but I don't recognize the name. So-
Yes.
I've never
Well,
read anything of his.
my friend's name is Floon Bagmar. He's got more beauty than brains, and I worry he took a bad way home a couple nights ago, and was kidnapped, or worse. If you agree to track him down with all due haste, I can offer you 10 dragons apiece now. Dragons are what we call gold coins here in Waterdeep.
Oh,
And
I
I
was about
could-
to say 10 of us.
And I could give you each 10 times that when you find Flume. May I prevail upon you in my hour of need?
Well, this looks. It's only been a minute. in this
May I
conversation.
ask? May I ask why do you speak so fancily?
I'm an author. I wrote Volo's Guide to Monsters, and I also wrote a book on
So you're
Waterdeep and
famous?
things about it, and I even give you a free copy along if you agree to my mission.
As long as it's signed.
Sure, I'll give you a signed copy of Volo's Guide to Monsters and Volo's Guide to and the Waterdeep Echelon.
But I
Ooh,
can't
I would
read.
like books.
I can't read.
Well, then
okay.
you don't have to agree.
Do you have a picture book version?
The
That would be the
Waterdeep,
Monsters Guide.
they both have lots of pictures in it.
I remember
Okay.
you guys.
I like pictures.
I like your picture book.
My character, he's too stupid to read. I'm just saying that, period. My character does not know how to read.
Okay. So since it's only been a minute, and it can't be an hour of need, but we can definitely do your minute of need.
Okay. Thank you.
If only if others agree. So
Sil's just like, signed copy, getting paid. Done.
Okay.
Fine.
He says, well, he hands out little sack. He puts it on the table. Inside the sack is 40 gold pieces. 10 for each of you.
Ooh, yay! I'm adding 10 to my gold.
But
And
also,
then he pulls out his backpack and he pulls out 4 copies of Volo's Guide to Monsters and 4 copies of this little paper book of Volo's Waterdeep Trilidoin, however you pronounce that.
Volo's signed. Volo's guide signed.
And he pulls out a pen and flourishly signs all 4 copies of Volo's Guide of Monsters.
It's not letting me add my goal for some reason.
And hands them to you.
And then the other book was Volo's
Waterdeep Trilidian. And I will give you that.
Not letting me add the gold for some reason.
I will give you the copy. I will give you all of the artwork for that. I actually have it.
Yeah.
Let me do that real quick before I continue his thing.
Signed. I'm just calling it Volo's Waterdeep book signed.
Oh, the Waterdeep book isn't signed, just the Volo's Guide to
just the Volo's
Monsters.
Guide, okay. Volo's
I'm happy to work with Volo
and
and get arm.
and Kyridian.
In
And Kyridian. Yeah, it's Volo's Waterdeep and Kyridian. Oh my gosh, so many things popping up.
Yeah. I'm giving you all the he handed you the book, so
yeah,
I'm giving you the handout.
I'll look at it later. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so much.
It's a good amount of reading material to learn a lot about Waterdeep.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling for you, dear
Oh my god.
folks.
The wards. Yeah, we'll I'll probably do a special stream going over all the handouts that we got. Anybody else, if anybody else decides to join me for that one, we can go through it as a little side thing.
I will watch that
Oh my
stream.
gosh, parting
just
words.
So I know what it all says.
Well, gentle readers, you've reached the end of my in Kyridian. If you've yet to arrive in the city, it's
Sorry. I'm giving you all the pig.
I know, but it just popped right in front. If you're reading this within its walls, please set aside this chapbook to experience the city. You might even see an extraordinarily handsome author hard at work reviewing one of Waterdeep's drinking establishments. If you do so, I greet you in advance. Well met. Autographs cost 7 nibs.
Cost 7 nibs.
Yep.
It's okay. We got 4 autograph books for free. I'm good with this.
I'm good with this too. More.
Yeah, you have 2 more, and then the one on the coins, so you know what the coins are called. Because all the time when it references coins, it calls them the Waterdeep versions.
Oh, gotcha.
Wait,
Why
there
Is
are
that
why
a-
do
actual
humans have to be so
clockwork
different?
Day of Wonders.
Look at that giant in this picture.
I mean, that's pretty, but Day of Wonders. The inner artificer in me is going.
Well, yeah. Oh, that's a nib.
That's a nib. That's bronze.
Okay.
Bronze coin. Or copper coins.
So copper is a nib.
Silver coins.
A shard. Okay. Silver shards.
The towels. I'm trying to forget the towels are. The towels are like special coins. That
Gold.
are used as like trade. They're not the gold coins. They're more like a bronze coin. Or like a bronze coin. They're
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's bronze. Because look at the greening. It's bronze.
no, yeah, they're bronze. Here's the gold coins. Here's what the dragons look like. That's what the
'cause
gold
that's a
coins he
dragon.
gave
That's
you
a
are.
silver dragon.
That is a silver dragon. I feel offended.
I'm sorry. Why are you using the likeness of my species
And
as
then-
an image for
They're
your
making money
currency?
out of you.
These are the suns or electrum.
Are they fighting a? Oh, they're fighting dragons, and it's a silver dragon.
And then here's the harbor moods, which are like exclusive to Waterdeep. They're a weird currency that you probably won't see very often.
That looks like a necklace.
It kind of does.
It is
Okay.
pretty though.
It is pretty. I want that instead of the dragon. I already got enough me.
So Gokwans are called dragons here.
Yee.
Yeah.
Why are we
Water-
currency?
Apparently we're
That's just my
money.
first thought.
No, you cannot have my scales.
Okay. Here.
Wasn't gonna
let's
ask.
see.
I'm just saying that we're money.
Specifically me, because those were both silver dragons.
Okay.
How long are we gonna go for?
We'll stop. We'll stop now. As soon as I finished what he was saying, we'll stop.
Okay, I just
I
want.
didn't realize how late it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10:30. I didn't realize how late it was. Let me just finish his little intro thing to the quest, and then we will finish there. So he says, let's see. So Floon, to give you a little bit about him, he is a handsome male human in his early 30s with wavy red blonde hair. He was dressed in princely garb when I last saw him 2 nights ago before he disappeared. He and I were drinking and merrymaking at the Skewered Dragon, a dark and bawdy tavern in the dock ward. I recommend you start their search there.
Why would I want to skewer another dragon?
That's the name of the inn.
That's horrible.
Yes, it is a bad name.
We're looking for a human named Floon, correct? And he's
Yes.
already got a journal out.
Yes, a
Man.
human named Floon Bagmar.
Bagmar. Description again, please?
Here, I'll post it in chat. In the game chat. There's the name. And...
Oh, I was almost right. Floon Blagmar.
I'm embarrassed to admit, I may have gotten him in trouble. I don't know what happened that night. I don't remember much of it.
Did you get
And you said he
drunk?
was last seen at the Pierced Dragon?
The Skewered.
Last seen at Shish Kebab Dragon.
Skewered Dragon.
Skewered dragon. I'm actually writing it correctly. Skewered.
we go.
There you go. I put it in the RP chat.
Okay. Well, I will be here at the tavern, working on my new book, Volo's
Not to
Guide
lose your
to
friend?
Spirits and Specters.
Not Volo's Guide to Not Losing Your Friends?
He looks really down when you say that.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make the sads. I was just you're really good at words, so I just thought that maybe since
Fahdon, that was a mean one.
But I don't know vicious mockery.
Snoot Boop, you're lucky that you don't, or else that would have actually hurt him.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard humans write based on experiences.
He could write a book about how he met a dragon and lived.
True. This is all things true.
Yes, at some point after, maybe after I get my royalties, I'm awaiting for Volo's Guide to Monsters. I could talk to you about dragons, and maybe I could beat that. I hear that Fizzban is writing a book. Maybe I could beat him in getting a book out about dragons.
What kind of name is Fizzban?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, at this point, we should probably put it up
Yep.
for the night.
Yeah. All right.
Yep, that's what we're doing.
All right. So
Ye-
thank you all so much for watching on my side of the stream.
And thank
And
you for
thank you,
watching on
Chunks.
mine.
And thank you, Chunk Squad, for coming out.
And we will see you next week.
So long.
For another Real Dragons of Waterdeep.
Ends of Waterdeep. Yeah.
Episode 1. We'll have session 1 finally next week.
Yep. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, adieu. See you next time on The Real Dragons of Waterdeep.
Most of the people.
Bye bye.
Waits patiently for Wolfie.